It's time for more of this. We got Manus Metyr. Cathedral of Manus Metyr. Here in Scadu Altus. See how we're gonna handle this. Just gotta go to the east. You can see, yeah, you can see a bit of gravesite plain over there. Still fun. Is that? Never mind, that's Scadu Altus and the Morth ruins over there. Make our way around here to the cathedral. The rune's broken, so we could do some Shadowkeep stuff. I do wonder if we... I think this might be the church district? Maybe. So in comparison... I was actually kind of surprised when I was able to get into this area of Bellurat. Okay. Yeah. Shadowkeep's a decent amount bigger. Castle Ents is kind of small. Yeah, this is basically the one. We do technically have Ymir here eventually. In terms of legacy dungeons. Let's look into that. Yeah. And as of right now, yep, I've still got the claws on me. And yeah, it's just a standard 6-hit, uninterruptible by me or by anyone else. Yeah, what I was thinking is probably take Grails off. Maybe. Let me think about that. What can I switch in? Can't use Black Blade yet, or Elden Stars yet. Can't use... What Bale spell did I pick? Oh, I'm not sure I did. Now that I think about it. I might not have actually chosen a Bale spell. Real quick, why not? Let's just go over to the Grand Altar. Which, the icon's a little hard to see, but it is just a giant, impaled dragon carcass. Let's just see. Examine communion with Bale. Dragon communion, we already got that. We got 6 bonus hearts. Heart of Bale. Tyranny is actually better, and it's got a lower requirement too, which is interesting. Let me see something. Check that. Leave it be in key items? Would it be? Yeah, it would be. Heart of Bale. Various keys from here. Power of Bale at the Grand Altar with Dragon Communion. 8 Celestial Dew, none of which I've used. Nala, rare creature, Spirit Graves with existence. Neither flesh nor spirits. Flesh and substance. It's interesting that they've got the same name, even though they're presumably a little bit different. These ones only show up at night. Heart of Bale, the Biatrial. Heart of Bale the Dread, dotted with horn-like gravelstones and glistening with deep red liquor. Gorge upon this at the Grand Altar of Dragon Communion to absorb Bale's power, the purest form of communion, the words of its priestess. It's a much bigger one. Strongest of them. Bale's Tyranny, one of the greatest Dragon Communion incantations, harnesses the fearsome power of Bale the Dread. Channels the form of the Dread Dragon to emit a mighty roar accompanied by a heatwave burst, causing violent eruptions of fire in the area, and the roar deals lightning damage. Even after being consumed, the throbbing heart of Bale continues to resist its subjugation, never weakening. One day, the fire within will consume the very body and soul of its communion devourer. One day. Channels the form of the Dread Dragon, a right arm to smash foes with an exposed talon bone, coursing with flame lightning. What's interesting is... Let me check something. I imagine that if you cast it with another seal on the left hand, it would do it with the left, would it? I don't know. Neither of those are really things I'm going to be using, but it's interesting that it's only got an arcane requirement and nothing else. Let me see something. There is no arcane not tier. So there wouldn't really be a good way for me to... Well, actually, the Lamenter... Let me see. Increases arcane... items. So Talisman. And the Silver Tier Mask gives +8, I believe, actually. Let me see. That is... Oh, it doesn't really say. Let me check. Which would be more than the Albinoric Mask, actually, which is what I was using for farming before. Of course, I'm not really farming anymore, but... In that case, it might be better to actually want to test Flame Lightning, because I'm not really going to be using either. Let's see. In terms of head items, where is the Silver Tier Mask? We got it from killing that one Mimic Tier. There we go. Greatly increases arcane. Greatly increases. Put that on for a sec just to see, and yeah, +8, wow. This is just +4. Not a huge difference, but... Yeah, okay. So we could try that out. Sure, let's just test Flame Lightning. But what's interesting is that since he's technically not a Remembrance boss, you can't duplicate his heart. You just have... you get one. Chills Red Dragon with a Heatwave Blast. Chills Red Dragon to strike with Flame Lightning infused Talon Bone. Are to build to make Flame Lightning thine own. Okay. Let's try that real quick then. Just to see how that might work. And... Flame Lightning takes 2 slots. Cannot use present attributes, but we can just put on a couple of seals. Outer God Heirloom. There we go. Just to test this out. Right, I can't use it here. Let's try that. Well, it... surprisingly far distance before we can do anything again. They really don't want you attacking the priestess. Okay. She's gone now. She's just a spirit. So I wonder why they're still constraining us like that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, even when you cast it with Seal on the left hand, it... I wonder, is that chargeable? 1, 2... 3. Should tell. 1, 2, 3. No, there is no charge time on that. Interesting spell. But yeah, not something I'm really going to be using. That arcane requirement is a bit much, and frankly, it's just not really all that strong. That I suppose it would be good in PvP for the ability to avoid triggering various resistances by just having something that deals split damage, but in most cases that's not going to be something good. If you can target things in the actual base game. I put on Erdtree Prot again. And... put on a few more. I guess we can just put Grail back in. It's just there aren't any fire spells that I've gotten in DLC so far. For the sake of using maybe a slightly different projectile. There are a few Mesmer spells, but those have not made any appearance yet. Just gonna stick with this standard loadout then. Okay. What's in my flask? Yeah, just normal stuff. Okay. As fun to test a little, I suppose. Yeah, and there it is, Jagged Peak. So let's just see what might be around this way. Sneak up. And kill a few. Just for the feet. Go around the side here. Though I do imagine that this area is basically just kind of filler on the way to Manus Metyr. Essentially meant to get you to... Thanks. Okay. Thought I'd have lunged a little bit more than I did that time. Yeah, some space for the rune to crack and break before you hit Manus Metyr. It is interesting that they've got... Well, that over there was actually some of the finger runes, so never mind. Over there was the Shadow View Cross. Yeah. Just wonder, is there going to be any kind of boss encounter or anything around here? I hear a scarab. I believe that's going to be something Beast Claws related. Okay. Take some of this. Okay. Oh my goodness. Alright. Maybe I should have buffed up. Alright. And let's get a few of these going. Okay, so what this was, I suppose, was the wolf encounter. Interesting. Could actually use grails for this. And the light has come. Okay. See real quick then. Put out a nice big roar. Hi there. Hello. And yeah. Very nice physical AoE. Okay. The jumping, the dashing R2 is what I really like. Okay. Lumps of flesh. Yeah, there is a scarab somewhere around here, and I believe at least one of these drops... Hello? Where did you go? One of them around here drops another Ash of War for the claws. The only other Ash of War that the claws get. Which is to say... Savage Beast, which makes you weep. Okay. Oh well. Okay, come on. Excuse me. Thanks. Jump, and... Oh my goodness. I was not expecting more of you. I don't imagine they're respawning, but I don't know. Thank you. And... Didn't quite work. Oh well. Fight the beast as would a beast. Yeah, I presume I'm just going to have to use projectiles. Okay. There we are. And that is Raging Beast. Keen Affinity and the following skill, Raging Beast. Cheeked up on this one. Step with the swiftness of a beastly pine slash foe from above. Initial step can be taken forward, backward, and left or right. Strong attack allows for a follow-up attack, and that's interesting for evasion, but got enough defense really to just trade and spam through enemies, at least right now, usable on Beast Claws, and there are only 2 Beast Claw weapons. It's this one and the Red Bear Claws, and the Red Bear Claws are, well, not really suited. You can't put Ashes of War on them. Yeah, so I suppose it's just lots of wolves around here. Okay. Could use Grails to take them out, I suppose. This is not a place to try jumping. Okay. It's in lots of jagged mountain areas. Sure, we'll take the crap. Let's go back a bit around this way. Could be more wolves here, or... Here are just lots and lots of wolves. Wow. Thank you. And dodge. Ooh. Backstep attack is not bad either. Much to consider. Let's buff up as well. Yeah, exactly. Devoting time to killing every single wolf on this road for no real purpose. It's kind of fun, though. A better game would have some kind of wolf super bonus who appears after you kill the wolves. Yeah, the range, or lack thereof, on this is still kind of annoying. Okay. The jump there. That lunge is real good. Kind of surprised is that outside of Gaius, there isn't any kind of big boar enemy. Okay. Let's see, and the boars and wolves are together. Thanks. I didn't think... Oh, well. 2. Very nice. Let's dispatch the weapon art. Yeah, the aggression of the weapon is just really nice. The degree to which it moves you forward while just doing a standard R1. Okay. Oh well. Oh, this is just a boar. Thank you. Want the flesh. And I... Oh. Someone screamed. Is that gonna be a demi-human? Or... Oh, it's probably just that wolf. Okay, come on. Let's get this all started then. And now they're starting to stalk me. Thanks. Black Flame. Blood Flame. The jumping ability is really impressive, honestly. Okay. Thanks, and... Oh my goodness. Poise there leaves a bit to be desired, but Savage Claws does a good job of it. Thanks. Oh, and the Blood Flame Bleed proc actually did that for you. Okay, come on. And we'll just berserk our way through. A really, really good skill. And there was one more wolf. Okay. The jumping ability is a frog. As in, the jumping ability of the wolves is frog-like. I suppose so. I was not expecting 2 of the white wolves to show up. That was what was a little surprising, because usually when you get wolves, you've got... In this game, you've got a few gray wolves and then one white wolf leading them, or in some very rare cases, you'll get one of the red wolves of the champion, just to say the ones with magic attacks, but I don't think there have been any of those in the Land of Shadow. The magic wolves are really annoying too. Okay. Depends on what dinosaur and under what conditions. I think I could be like Chris Pratt and try training the Velociraptors or something. Though if I recall correctly, the raptors in Jurassic World were not actually Velociraptors, but some other kind of dinosaur whose name currently escapes me. Would you? Yeah, but if I could reasonably ensure that it would not hurt me or kill me, it would be fun and interesting. Honestly, I might even be willing to lose a finger or 2 for the sake of it, but not death. Definitely not death. Definitely not death. How are you doing? Anything interesting going on in your world? Oh my goodness, it dropped poop this time. Okay, wolves. Come on. Backstab works well, but we timed that a bit too early. Okay, Utah Raptor. So that was the difference. Okay. I've probably asked you this before, but what do you think about depictions of dinosaurs with feathers? What I do find interesting is how there's been a little bit of backpedaling surrounding the idea of feathered dinosaurs, or at least all of them being feathered. And I remember the Pokemon Arcan was kind of that, in that it was a very dinosaur-like bird Pokemon that, of course, had feathers. But essentially, that even if some dinosaurs had feathers, the main thing is that apparently the Tyrannosaurus Rex probably did not. And there were a lot of course, feathered T-Rex depictions that were made shortly after the whole initial idea of, oh my goodness, dinosaurs may have been feathered, that apparently were probably not correct. Though, of course, in the end, it's until we were able to maybe, I guess, though I don't think it'd really be possible, given that I don't imagine any DNA would be left over. Okay, so essentially not feathers, but sort of hair-like pseudo-feathers, essentially. I suppose that would mean it wouldn't have this typical branch structure of a feather and just be the fibers themselves. Is that what you're implying? Okay, okay. That's interesting. I wonder why. Well, I guess I could just look that up. And that did not reach all that well. Okay, come on. Let's just use our crazy blitz attack. It is so nice how well the weapon art in these claws just staggers enemies. Might not really do poise damage, but as long as you get the first hit in, you don't really have to worry about being interrupted. That is good to hear that you've been well. Anything in particular on the horizon that you've been looking forward to, or? For me right now, it's the hope that pretty soon, maybe, as work gets a bit busy, they might let us go home early or something. Oh, there's a furnace golem here. That's what's going on. Oh, nice. Let me see. Let's get a bit more light up in here. And we do have enough for blessing. Let's see. Take down the furnace golem would require what? Check on the other end. Okay, and the wall does kind of mostly block that, and well, we got hit. Let's find ourselves in a more secure location and engage this enemy afterwards. Anything up top here of note? It does not really seem like it. Yeah, dinosaurs! Yeah, everyone thinks dinosaurs are the coolest thing ever at least some point in their life. The unfortunate thing is that some people mistakenly stop thinking that. Of course, the only thing potentially cooler than a dinosaur is a robot dinosaur, which is to say, Mechagodzilla. Yeah. So I guess we can switch out to the hammer and go for a holy build. Should put this on to reduce the damage from fire. And it's pest threads that we want. We're going to need to buff up our various defenses. Golden Vow. And Urge Reprot. Then it's pest threads we use. I don't think the Physic Flask will really work. The stance break on this thing functions differently. Oh, but that's right. It's got the guarded feet, so we just need to use the volcano pots. That's right. Okay. You need to get around it and go to the right location, and yeah, you can't even target the feet. Or you can actually just use pest threads on it. That is also an option. Just a very stupid one. Oh, okay. Okay, how many furnace pots do we have, if any? Let's check. I don't think we have any. I thought, oh, okay. We have some Mesmer Embers. We're running a lot of that down. We need to get far away. so we can actually craft a few, and I think it takes 3, but 4 should be able to do it pretty reliably. Part of the way that dinosaurs were able to do dinosaur things was because they had more oxygen in the environment, right? I know that was true of the really big insects, but making 4 of these. Let me see. Is that... Oh! Yeah, with the big spine fin. Right. Okay, okay. I was wondering if that was just for Meganura or for dinosaurs too. Ancient power. Or evolution. One thing that was really, really cool in the Sinnoh Pokemon games was that they introduced a few Pokemon who evolved by learning the move Ancient Power, and most of them were essentially evolving into versions that were sort of based on primordial relatives of whatever animal they were. Let me see something. Menace related to... Let me see. Mammoth was not... Well, mammoths are, of course, related to elephants, but essentially, for example, the Pokemon Piloswine, which was essentially a Arctic boar type of Pokemon, evolved into a mammoth. A vine Pokemon evolved into a bigger vine Pokemon. That was the silly one. And then the big thing is that Yanma, which, well, literally is a term for dragonfly in Japanese, a dragonfly Pokemon, evolved into what was essentially Meganura. Well, yeah, but I'm talking about the Pokemon in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum that evolved by learning the move Ancient Power, because they were able to evolve into versions that were partially based on more prehistoric versions of the animals, at least some of them were, which was really, really cool. But of course, the one that was most accurate, quote-unquote, was the Dragonfly Pokemon that evolved into a Meganura-based Pokemon. I did not know that some people thought that dinosaurs were mammals. That's funny to me in a very sad way. Okay, so we need to toss 4 of these furnace pots into this giant golem, and oh, okay. Alright. That was painful. Luckily we can tank most of that. So, okay. Oh my goodness! I didn't know you could touch me. Come on. Okay. And this is 1. Let's take out 3 of its health. I think? Wait. Do I see a health bar anywhere? Okay. And that should do it, I think. Well, oh, well, they don't drop a lot of runes in the first place. So we got a Cerulean Sapping Cracked here and a Furnace Visage, and this thing is just gone now. Don't have to worry about it anymore. They don't drop a lot of runes. Grants attacks FP Restoring Effect and Mixed Physics, so this is basically Aspir from Final Fantasy. Imagine there are many kinds of mana drain type of things. Resulting Concoction temporarily restores FP upon landing attacks. Yeah, the fact that ferns are older than grass is really... I think scary is not the right word, but it's counterintuitive in a way that's a little unnerving, I would say. It's just you would imagine that something that small, like grass, would be a lot more primordial than it actually is. But of course, the big thing with ferns is that they're so old that they don't even reproduce with seeds. There's some of the few plants that actually use spores instead, which is just to show how absolutely prehistoric they are. see, and yeah. So we got that all. I imagine that bluff over there would also be a decent place to lob the furnace pots from. Of course, that physic class doesn't really mean anything, and yeah, this is going to stay burned until the area gets reset. Not my problem. Let's see. Yeah. So that kind of reminds me of all things, and of course I'm bringing up Metroid, that one of the bosses in Super Metroid is this plant enemy called the Spore Spawn, which is this big mobile plant that swings its large Morningstar-like head at you. Well, I suppose flail would probably be the more accurate term, because a Morningstar is actually just a mace. It's a large flail-like head at you, but it also sends down these spores. And they're not seeds, they're spores. At the very least, the English localization seems to imply as much. And they definitely look a bit more particle-like than seed-like, but... But like I said, when you take a look at just the course of life generally, things that are more complex come after things that are less complex. You know, for example, you have prokaryotes versus eukaryotes, non-nucleated bacteria versus nucleated bacteria. But then you go on, and it's just a candle, well, a little lantern right here. You go on with grass being after ferns, and it seems to have kind of taken the other way around. And we got more wolves. Okay. For what it's worth, it's not as if Jurassic Park ever really... This is one thing I kind of appreciated about Jurassic World when I saw it, even though it got glossed over at the time, by myself included, that they kind of said, yeah, of course it's not going to look exactly like dinosaurs, you know, as a way to account for the fact that our knowledge of what dinosaurs look like, our best guess, is always going to be changing until we maybe sometime find a way to actually clone a dinosaur, which, again, I doubt will ever actually happen because all the DNA is just gone. But essentially saying, yeah, we basically took a bunch of frogs and created what we presume dinosaurs to look like via genetic engineering, which, of course, the Doyleist, as people say, explanation of that is just to account for the fact that it's not going to be correct forever, or ever really, in terms of what people outside the work are going to see looking in. But it's always fun when there are good in-universe explanations in a work to explain away inconsistencies or weirdness. And of course, it doesn't change the fact that most works, it's really a matter of just suspension of disbelief. But when a work is willing to play around with and try to explain itself, that is something I appreciate. Okay. And I don't think there's a white wolf here. I didn't even think about that, but yeah. But this is just going to get to talking about Pokemon again, for better or worse, but I do find it interesting that almost every fossil in Pokemon is based off of, well, as in, because the way it works in Pokemon is when you revive a fossil Pokemon from a fossil item, usually the fossil you get is just a fossil of that Pokemon, or I suppose, of the creature that Pokemon is based on. What is interesting is the fact that... Right, these ones aren't flying away. Yeah, exactly. Is it luckier to be the dinosaur that gets fossilized, or the dinosaur that doesn't get fossilized? But essentially that most Pokemon fossils are essentially a fossil of that Pokemon or of that creature. So for example, for Omanite, which is of course an Ammonite, you have Oh. You have an ammonite fossil. It's the spiral shell, as in the helix fossil. Then you've got, I believe it was the dome fossil for trilobite, the trilobite Kabuto. And then you go on and you've got, say, the root fossil for Lily, which is a crinoid. You've got, which weirdly enough evolves into a goose barnacle, which is something that still exists. You've got fossils for a Pachycephalosaurus and whatever the heck Shieldon is supposed to be. You've got the claw fossil for just a really old shrimp, and that's Anorith. Understandable, yeah. Yeah, you don't want to sink into the tar pit. I imagine that wouldn't be too fun. But, especially since you would end up being in Los Angeles. But, as I was saying, yeah, there are just a lot of wolves around here. Yeah, but as I was saying... Goodness. And then you go on and you get the... What was Amora's? What's Amora based on? The sail fossil, and it's based on a sauropod. Sauropods, and it's crazy that it took them almost 20 or so years for them to actually make a T-Rex Pokemon. Tyrant and Tyrantrum, which is of course just the T-Rex. And then you had Arkin with a plume, which is, you know, an old ancient bird. You got kind of a raptor. You got Tortuga, which is just a really old turtle. Then you've got all the silly mix and match fossils from Sword and Shield. But the main thing is that all of them are just the fossilized Pokemon. And what is interesting, and I'm surprised, Tyrantrum's real cool. Though, of course, the most powerful fossil is, for better or worse, Dracovish, one of the stupid mix and match ones. And what is interesting is that almost made me leap off the cliff. Is that the mix and match ones, which are Arctivolt, Arctivish, Dracozolt, and Dracovish, which is to say the ones based on the fish and the other kind of fish and the raptor, and then just, I suppose, a dragon, but we don't really know what it is because we don't really see the other end. You know, you get the head, then you get the tail, and some people have tried to make fake fan Pokemon, which are essentially what those fossils would look like if they were restored correctly, effectively. But what's interesting is that those fossils, because it's mix and match, you choose ice and electric, and then you choose either water or electric, and then you choose either ice or dragon. That they're the first fossil Pokemon that don't have the rock type. Because it's interesting, because one thing people have always asked of EOV fossil Pokemon is essentially, were the original fossil Pokemon also rock type, essentially? Were they originally rock types, or did they essentially have the rock type added to them to symbolize or represent that, I guess, they were revived from rocks, and there would have been differences, they would have had different typings, maybe looked a bit different originally before they were revived. But if I recall correctly, I don't remember if this was just fan conjecture or just something someone said, especially with Pokemon like Omanite and Kabuto, which are very plainly just, they've got stony shells. They were probably rock types originally regardless. Essentially, that the reason that the Pokemon were able to be fossilized well enough to be able to be revived was because they were stony and durable rock types in the first place. But of course that all kind of flies out the window when you get to Dracovish, Dracozolt, Arctivish, and Arctizolt, and you get fossil Pokemon without the rock type anywhere for the very first time. But of course the main outlier is Aerodactyl, who comes from the old amber, which is just a piece of amber with very notably a fly in it. And there is no pterosaur anywhere in the amber. Aside from, I suppose, its DNA somewhere. I imagine someone has tried to essentially make a tiny fly fake Pokemon, or Fakemon, Fakemon, based on that fly. Yeah, Pokemon is really, really cool. I'm very excited for Legends AZ, or ZA. ZA, I presume. I think it crosses here. Just because Megas are coming back, and that's something I'm very excited. Ember. Let's see. Inside the insect. Oh, it's based on the theory of extracting DNA from the blood that the insect sucked. Okay, interesting. So, I didn't even think about that. I didn't even know that... Okay. Yeah, that's how the blood from the pterosaur was supposed to get in there. It was supposed to be blood that a fly sucked. Well, that's interesting. I didn't even think about that. Okay. It's Rabbath's Rise over there, and I know that can get me to a later location. Don't think it's a sequence break entirely. I think you do have to go in there no matter what, but there's an illusory wall. Okay, wolves. Come at me. And I did not expect them to be able to do that. Tackle. Okay. Thanks. And that little bit of blood loss kept you still. Interesting. Okay. Let me see. I do wonder what changes will be made in Legends ZA, honestly. So the big thing is that Legends Arceus, which I never actually got around to beating, unfortunately, Church District High Road. Okay, so this, I presume, would be the Church District. So can we get to Shadowkeep from in there, or as in go around a side entrance, or is that going to be separate? I don't know. The way this is Rabbath's Rise, I believe. But essentially, that... And this was kind of in Pokemon Let's Go, which were the silly sort of kitty dumbed down versions of blood loss on the turtle. Pokemon Gen 1 games, though notably they weren't entirely remakes, and unlike Fire Red and Leaf Green, which were simply remakes that took the place of Red and Green in, well, Red and Blue, Green, Yellow, whatever, in the loose Pokemon timeline. Let's Go, Pikachu, and Eevee took place in the same area with very similar geography, notably meaning that, for example, Lavender Tower essentially goes back to being a cemetery after being converted to a radio tower in Pokemon Gold and Silver and Heart Gold and Soul Silver. The timeline's weird with that, because it implies some degree of geographic regression from Gold and Silver to Fire Red and after Gold and Silver on to Pikachu and Eevee. But again, that's neither here nor there. The big thing is that it was simplified severely. It didn't have held items. It didn't have... Did I go here? No, I didn't. That protrusion is down there. Okay. Let's take out these wolves and... Oh, goodness. Okay. Okay, and... 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Didn't even need the blood, though the blood does make it close to a one-hit kill. Well, one combo kill. One button press kill, because that entire combo was one button press. You get totally locked into it. But... it had Mega Evolutions... Didn't have held items, so there wasn't any kind of opportunity cost, because you weren't giving up any item slot to use a Mega Stone on a Pokemon, and notably it was only a stat change, since there were no abilities in the game. Which meant that a number of Megas, for example Mega Pinsir, who part of its strength was the ability Aerolate, which was, because Mega Pinsir went from being Bug to being Bug Flying, got an ability that made normal type attacks. Flying type attacks and originally made them stronger. Well, it still gives them a power boost, but originally it was a 30% power boost. Now I believe it's just either a 20 or 10% power boost, something like that. But essentially being able to use moves like Quick Attack, which, of course, priority is really strong in Pokemon because it allows you to move first no matter what your speed actually is. But allowed to use priority with a bit of a power boost. And let's see over here. Hello. I'm surprised none of those connected. Come on. One suit. There we go. But either way, it's going to be interesting because Pokemon Legends Arceus also did not have abilities or held items, but it wasn't a dumbed down game. It was just mostly focusing on catching and essentially soul-style dodging that you as the trainer would do. You know, the Pokemon would actually try to kill you. Which is really crazy, honestly, in a good way. But effectively that... I wonder if Legends ZA, given that the Legends format is a bit more established now, is going to bring back abilities and held items to make having Megas more of a trade-off, because Legends Arceus, again, was not supposed to be an easy game without thought. It was just focusing on different areas. So if they're bringing back Megas, I imagine they'd probably maybe want to make them a bit of a trade-off in the sense of you have to give up your item slot as they were before. Maybe. Because, of course, a lot of the appeal of Megas... Well, for what it's worth, it is explicitly stated that Pokemon and humans used to be essentially the same. And essentially meaning that humans in the Pokemon universe are presumably just a very specialized type of Pokemon that outbred all the rest mostly. And for what it's worth, technically there's the possibility that humans in the Pokemon universe are actually oviparous, that humans in the Pokemon universe come from eggs. You know, you never really know. Okay, so where's the Spirit Spring? Armor required ahead. Where's the rocks we would break to unlock that Spirit Spring? But, for what it's worth, you got Pokemon like Kangaskhan who, even though they do come from eggs, there's no baby version of Kangaskhan as its own Pokemon. It hatches with the baby in its pouch, which raises some questions, at least, about whether they give live birth or are entirely oviparous, like most Pokemon. But the main thing is that, although you could argue that it might just be mostly a gameplay conceit, in Legends Arceus, you can tank fire, electricity, big impacts from Pokemon as a human being, and not a particularly notably strong one to begin with. You're a teenager. Kind of a scrawny one at that. Without dying, you just get knocked out. So it's very much a sort of, oh, the rock is probably here. We can go in here already. There's an illusory wall somewhere in here. I know that much. Without death, you just get knocked out and go back. But at the very least, either Pokemon are really weak or humans are really strong. It's rather door ahead. Try attacking. There we go. Oh, and this is the Spirit Spring rock. Yeah, but either way, somewhere Spirit Spring has been unsealed, and it's that one right over there. Either way, it's explicit that humans can survive. Traption does not move, so we just need to use the Spirit Spring to get up top. Humans can, to some extent, survive natural phenomena that in the real world they would probably not be able to. Quite frankly, their ability, to the extent they have one, might be that durability, or maybe just intelligence, possibly. It's hard to say. And that sent me down in there. We overshot. Yeah. I think we've talked about this before, but just... they were one of the scariest things in the ancient world, because most things that would have been faster than them had nowhere near their level of endurance. And that the human modus operandi was to chase things down for days and days, and then poke them to death. Okay. Big armor and relatively small claws. I don't dislike this aesthetic. Yeah, in the sense of tool use, yeah, probably. It is interesting to see animals like crows and parrots using tools sometimes. And what's in here? Rabbath's cannon. Interesting. The type of jar cannon used to fire great bolts, a masterwork of spell machinist Rabbath. The power of the glintstones that encircle the barrel imbues bolts with magic damage and guides shots toward their targets. So this is homing. It actually doesn't have an intelligence requirement. Is there anything else in here? I know. Use the illusory wall. Spell machinist bell bearing. Overlook, you have to jump to a balcony. Ledges. Overlook. So somewhere there is a bell bearing here. On a balcony that I have not... Oh, you have to get to the actual top of the area, I imagine. Okay. Yep, and we survived that. That was narrow. Yeah, but that balcony up there, which we cannot reach at the moment, is going to be where we get that bell bearing. So the only thing left now, then, is to proceed west onto Manus Metyr. Okay. Let's rest, because we do have enough for a level. What should we level up? Raise our endurance a bit. Vigor is also always good. Nice. Though, of course, 39 Vigor is pretty darn low for this point in the game. And actually, if I recall correctly, from 40 to 60, actually, it's you get more HP per level than you do at lower levels, so... Really no serious build goes below 60 Vigor, or at least 50, but of course we are playing this equal stats. And the main issue is our relative lack of durability. Well, it depends on whether you count insects and ants, frankly. There was this joke post. I think it was it was either the NBA or NFL. Oh, okay, over size, sorry, I didn't see that. But NBA or NFL sub, and it was this long drawn-out joke basically saying, what if every either football or basketball team was named after the most numerous animal in that state? And the entire joke was just every single one was ants. 50 whole states of ants. I don't know if... Oh, holy voice crack. I don't know if I told you this before, but one time... Oh, family got some apple cider donuts, and they ended up being covered in ants. And I was just sort of like, well, I actually don't mind the ants. So I went ahead and I ate one of the donuts, yeah, exactly, I ate one of the donuts with the ants on them, and I also cleaned up some of the other donuts for other people by just taking off the ants and eating the ants. I imagine they're weak to fire, actually. Let me see. But by just eating the ants on the donut. So I ate a number of ants in the process, and what was interesting to me was just... They tasted very sweet, almost fruity. But I couldn't really tell whether or not it was because they were normally fruity, or if it's because they'd been eating a donut and just had bodies filled with more sugar than I would imagine would normally go inside them. So we can put on Rolling Sparks. It's a darn good one, too. And if you point at the ground, they all... Oh, interesting. They changed it to make it so that the AoE stops traveling if you aim it at the ground, because that used to be one of the craziest ways to deal rapid damage. You could aim it at the ground, they'd all go in the same direction, but not anymore. They'd all spawn in the same place. Oh my goodness. Pretty darn good ranged fireball in this. Oh, but there's no kind of tracking or change in direction. Okay, that's the issue there. Yeah, for a weapon, this is pretty poor tracking. Okay, main thing is, I'm pretty sure that the marionettes, given that they are literally made of wood, are going to be pretty easily lit on fire. I was just not expecting this many wolves around here. Not like that's a bad thing, but it's more wolves than I expected. So get some marionettes over this way. Let's try this out and see how this works. Okay. Thanks. Alright. Not bad. Though probably bludgeoning is going to be one of my best options. Oh, we're getting close to Gravesite Plain again. I mean, Shadow Altus again, and now things are... Oh, goodness. Decent enough range attack, though. Wonder how Knight's Lightning Spear would do here. Of course, it makes me wish I had Black Flame. No, that... You charge that up and it does one tap. Though again, I imagine that as literal wooden marionettes, they're probably a little resistant to electricity. Okay, cool. Thanks. Thank you. And... there we're stuck in the terrain. Let's see. That was an interesting way to handle things, I suppose, but... yeah, we're gonna stick with the claws. Best fire weapon option is probably going to be the Fire Knight's Greatsword with a Flame Art Infusion. So I wonder if I'll be able to get it from the Church District over here, if there'll be Fire Knights there, if we'll have to actually go into the Shadow Keep. Shadow Keep's pretty big, but I don't imagine most of this water, at least the water on this level, is passable. But over in Bellurat, I didn't expect I'd be able to go down here, and this ended up being a poison swamp, which the map did not really indicate. But you could go around most of this, and there was even a little mini-boss in here, too. Okay, let's get a bit of light back on. Probably put our blessing back up. At the big cathedral over there, that is going to be its own quest line, which I think we might be able to reach the boss for that today? No, I think you have to go through Shadowkeep to get to the other Finger Ruins. Okay. Maybe. Just want to see how much I can do today before having to go and take on Shadowkeep. But Church District would be over this way. There's some ruins down there with that big castle. Interesting. Okay. One of these attempts, I'm going to end up falling down and to my death by lunging off a cliff. I've seen it coming. It has been predicted. Okay. How did that miss everything? Oh my goodness. They have this crazy death mist attack. That okay? If at all possible, I suppose we should try to use the projectiles on them. Worse than London Bridge, actually. And are they coming back? And what was that digging? Okay. More cemetery here. And hello. Thank you. Big ol' skeleton knight, but we can simply hit you before you fully surface. And hello there. Very nice. They're a lot more threatening than most skeletons, I'd say. Of course, they're slow, and they are incredibly weak to holy damage, and of course, since they're undead, since they're weak enough that they don't feel that they need to take the undead affinity modifier off that and prevent you from wiping them out easy, you can just use anti-undead weapons, such as, of course, when I use the Sacred Blade skill and fire off that projectile itself, and of course, so that was just a bone shard. The weapon, when it has that holy buff, just deal stupid amounts of bonus damage to anything undead. So we're on top of this archway. Wait, so could we go under that, or wait? What was that scream? Come on. And before you leap up, oh, come on, we failed. Failed that. Just gotta run. Okay. Oh my goodness, the range on that projectile is genuinely ridiculous. Okay, if that had killed me, I would not have been a happy camper. Okay. Right. But one of the enemies coming out in Volcano Patch, that is to say Genshin 5.5, is going to be a ferret that goes underground and spawns basically a little machine, a little ball that you need to destroy in order to make it resurface. And the ball takes extra damage from plunges and... Oh, pig! Okay. So those dual-wielding skeletons are presumably, again, a Demon Souls reference to Demon Souls. Demon Souls is dual-wielding skeletons. But what's funny about this is that, yeah, obviously good for Veresa, but also, say, Shan Yun, Zhao, Gaming, maybe Diluc if you can Dragon Strike off it, but based on what I've seen, it seems to be a pretty small mechanism, so I actually don't imagine that's the case. And, yep, we got more of you. Got ready, and another one. Let's see. That's, oh my goodness. And we did not dodge that completely either. Where are the rest? Of course, the main thing is that throughout the Souls series, most skeletons have had the gimmick of reviving upon death. At least a couple times. And in the first Dark Souls, if I recall correctly, interestingly enough, in Demon Souls they had skeletons that did not revive, but there were Necromancer-type enemies, the Reapers, that would continually spawn enemies, but notably they were not skeletons, but ghosts, well, shadow men. This should be the final Forager Brood, I think. Forager Brood Cookbook 6 and Dew Gems. And that's well-pickled turtleneck. Let me see that. Even better stamina regen than the normal turtleneck. A large boost to stamina recovery speed that takes Dew Gem Scorpion Livers. Yeah, and there were scorpions in Bellurat, that tower, which I didn't remember when I saw the scorpions in the Scorpion River, because it'd been about 5 months. Large boost, thoroughly pickled in a bitter solution. Well pickled. Not medicinal, just bitter solution. The effects of the Forager Brood's pickled whites are enhanced by the fermentation or rotting of the ingredients. This results in a pungent odor, so some come to find the aroma irresistible. Oh, so it looks pretty similar, but it straight up falls off the bone because it underwent some degree of decay. It's fun. Okay. So normally if you kill the Foragers, which, why would you? They're nice. Very nice bugs. That over there. More will invade you. That's the poison down. That poison swap down there, the one below. That's the one that leads to Raw Base, right? If we go under, I believe that will let us get to Church District, I think. This big old door that I don't think actually opens somewhere, but that... Wait, though... Yeah, this just isn't a door, I think. No, if you kill one of these bugs, Moore gets angry, but Moore's already disappeared. He's moved to his final spot, which is the final fight against all the NPC allies. And then if you kill a second, he invades you, and then he goes away and drops his very good armor. So I wonder if, now that he's disappeared, though of course there's no reason for me to kill the bugs, again, holy voice crack, that Moore would invade now. Moore is basically gone at this point, but effectively, don't need that sword really. Put the claws back on, take those wolves out. Yep, and if we go through down here, I imagine, yes, this would lead to the actual church district. And oh, interesting. This is pretty long underground passageway. Visions of skeleton horse. I think they're referring to Dark Souls 2's Executioner's Chariot boss, which is this undead horse that... two-headed undead horse that chases you through a racetrack, effectively. And what's interesting is that there are two ways to beat it, and one is to go through the whole racetrack and... Wow, we can just stun lock you. Stagger lock. Even without the skill. Okay, come on. But one is to go around the opposite direction it's going, which is counterclockwise around the racetrack, flip a switch to drop a portcullis, and basically make the rider fly off, and then you just fight the horse. Or you can just stay in the little recesses of the arena that you're meant to use to dodge the horse's charges as it goes around, and then let's buff up for this one. Let's put some light on too. It does kind of surprise me that having a torch or a light spell up does not, to anyone's knowledge, actually make it easier for enemies to spot you. But the horse normally occupies essentially the entirety of the racetrack with the blades on the sides of the chariot, so there are little recesses you can stay on to avoid... Come on. Dive hits 2 times. Okay. To avoid it as it charges, and it's basically, you get through the racetrack by switching, slowly advancing between those recesses, which is something that's met in some of the dungeons with chariot enemies in the dungeons in Elden Ring too. But you can also lob projectiles at it, and fire is usually the most effective, if I recall correctly. Projectiles at the horse, and eventually it'll take enough damage that it will be unable to make the jump. Because the reason you can't just immediately go to the lever is because there's a big hole immediately to your right when you enter the arena, which I actually fell into once. The first time I did that fight. Because I didn't think it'd go like that. But you go into... If you hit enough times, it'll be too weak to actually make the jump. It will grab the ledge and... You can hit it a few times to make it fall into the hole. That's another way to beat it. It's pretty darn cool. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the claws are not great here. Well, I don't know. If I use the skill, I think it'd work. Clearly it's not all that suited, so... Go around this way. On this ledge, we'll loop back around, or is this a one-way drop-off that is not notated on the map? Dark Souls 2 is really cool. There are a lot of very interesting interactions. Just in general, in a lot of ways it presaged Elden Ring. The secondary, the assistant director of the base game of Dark Souls 2, who went on to become the main director... Okay, that works well enough. The primary director of Elden Ring, well, co-director... Not assistant, just the second director of Elden Ring, Yui Tanimura. A lot of people consider Elden Ring to kind of be Dark Souls 2 too, for a number of reasons. Nice, what kind of ramen? That's exciting. Ramen is always exciting. But one of the ways in which Elden Ring's a bit like Dark Souls 2 is that the original Dark Souls was pretty linear for its first half and opened up in the latter half. To an extent, Dark Souls 3 is kind of like that, in that once you get over to Irithyll, you can do the two main bosses after that in either order, really. Well, that's nice. I like shrimp. Then you go to endgame, and it becomes a little bit more linear, but you've got a number of side areas to branch out to. Dark Souls 2, and notably Elden Ring, lets you do essentially the early portions of the game in a relatively non-linear order, and then the end game is pretty linear. Pretty much a straight shot. Okay. And then, of course, you have Bloodborne, which is pretty linear the entire way through. For better or worse. I like Bloodborne. I very much enjoyed it. Oh my goodness. That last attack did not connect. I don't know why. Yeah, it's just not really a great marionette option. If fire or bludgeoning would work well. Presumably. Let's get this on. And let's see. So around this way, got a couple of shadow sunflowers. Anything here? Just a not resin. But it is resin. I'll never stop making that joke. Beautiful. But the main thing is, with... Oh. Next Thursday, well, this coming Thursday, is going to be the Pokemon Presents presentation for Pokemon Day 2025. So a lot of people are expecting a bit more information about the new Pokemon Legends, or maybe even a new Pokemon generation. Though, insiders, though, the extent to which they can be trusted, which is to say really usually not much, have said that they're holding off on a new full Pokemon generation and letting Legends ZA be their game for right now. Which I would not say is a bad idea. Because... And I would not say any Pokemon games have really been bad, but the area of relative less polish, with X and Y, Sun and Moon, and Sword and Shield, a lot of people really wanted them to just give the games more time in the pipeline. So the fact that they seem to be doing that now is... A lot of people like that. Okay. Come on. Thank you. And that only hit one of them, but that's okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Lots of wolves, and down around here there seems to be another sort of swamp. That's the question. But it does seem as if this does loop back around to up top with Manus Metyr. Well, actually it doesn't. Okay. Yeah. The main unanswered question with regard to Pokemon ZA is whether it's going to take entirely take place in a single city, which some of the just standard presser releases that they put out when the game was first announced seem to suggest, and could be a very interesting concept if that was actually done. A lot of people compared it to the Yakuza or Like a Dragon series of games as a result, which just takes place notably in largely unchanged between games, because, well, it's a real city, what do you expect, in Tokyo, which also makes it pretty easy to make more games in the series because they don't have to reinvent the wheel with every single game. They can make some changes to the buildings and architecture, but they don't have to entirely model a new city, which, asset reuse done right, is really good for games. And a lot of people talk about it in the context of From Software, because they've used the same exact door opening... Oh, that was really convenient. Message of praise right as we need a bit of a heal. But they've been using the same door opening animation since Demon Souls for all of their Souls-style games, and, well, why wouldn't you? It's... You don't need to make a new door opening animation, buddy. That's why FromSoft can pump out on a relatively tight schedule. You know, it's not as if these games are rushed, but without say 10-year development periods, it took them as long to make Elden Ring as it took Nintendo to make Tears of the Kingdom after they had already put out Breath of the Wild and just reused the engine as the basis for Tears of the Kingdom. Because FromSoft just... If something does not need to be remade, they just won't remake it. Because again, well, why would you? Oh, and here we are, another dungeon. Very nice. I hear a scarab, but it's probably up top here. Yeah, more or less as expected. Might actually be around here, and we are covered in blood. As I was saying, maybe it's here? Even though the map suggests otherwise, and this is surprisingly common in the DLC, this is not a ledge you can go up. And if we drop down it would probably kill us too, but it's actually impassable, even though the map topography would suggest that you can actually pass through there. Okay, so there is a scarab somewhere around here. But yeah, I would imagine it's probably not invisible, probably just up on top of that ledge. And what dungeon is this? Or, oh, this might not be a dungeon. I think the scarab is just in this cave. This... Weary of a Liar. Yep, it's just up top here. Let me see that then. Lightning should do it. And what are we gonna get? Well, okay. And we got Ashavor Carian Sovereignty, and that one is really, really strong. That's... Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Skill passed down the Carian... Through the Carian royal family, transform blade into a magical greatsword and bring it down. Additional input follows up with a horizontal sweep. Charge either attack to enhance potency. Usable on swords, colossal weapons accepted. That's surprising because it makes a colossal sword. And that has some of the most ridiculous stance damage in the entire game. If you can get it charged up, which I think I might use it. There's one more Falling Star Beast. The entire game, it's here in the DLC. It's one of the few enemies that is actually reasonably weak to magic damage. So I think I'll just stagger lock it with a sword or something. That could be fun. Alright. Probably a dagger. Some kind of sword with good critical. Probably actually a magic affinity misericord. So I'm pretty sure, and I'll have to test it, I suppose, that putting magic affinity on a skill such as that increases its damage. We are by that cathedral. We can start that quest line with Count Ymir, Mother of Fingers. But I think... Let's actually just use the dry leaf hearts. Punch this thing down. Or I guess we could use lightning, but it's more fun this way. Let's punch some of these guys to death, and you really should be able to put magic on your fists. Thank you. And let's Palm Blast it. Or miss. That does not one-tap? Wow. Strong attack when charged is just a single input needed. If we go for a jumping heavy... Nope, didn't work. Okay. Oh, come on. You're kidding. Now you've fallen over. Let's go for the 1-2 combo then. And bludgeoning should be next best option after fire, which of course we don't have that fire spell on us right now. I think you can actually backstab them even though they're literally marionettes with no physical viscera or anything to logically critical. Well, whatever. Hi. Well, we could have backstabbed you anyway, but... It's honestly more interesting that you can put an elemental affinity on these things, and therefore have elemental martial arts, but not be able to actually enchant them with just an elemental weapon buff through a spell or a consumable. So you would think if one wasn't possible, then the other wouldn't be, but you can still put an elemental affinity on these things just fine. And it's... explicitly you have hand wrappings. Logically, if the reason is just you shouldn't be able to put magic spells on your hands, well, they have the wrappings. Just put spell on the wrappings, I suppose, but some of that, I suppose, might be the fact that there are enough kick attacks that maybe the engine didn't have a way to manage applying a weapon buff to the feet as well. Because when you have just an affinity... Well, actually, let me see. If you can put Sacred Blade on these things... I imagine that, like a fist, it would apply to your hands. So can you put Sacred Blade on these? Let me see. Should be another Side of Grace around here somewhere, I would imagine, but... It's Cathedral of Manus Metyr. Let's go around... But Count Ymir has some connection to the Carians, because Carian Sovereignty is found around here and he sells sorceries by the seashore. And even just charging that up produces a sound that enemies will hear and flee from or aggro on, will react to, in general. Let's see, are there any other enemies around this way, or not? We got more marionettes. Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. Ooh. These ones seem maybe a little stronger. For a fully charged Palm Blast or something. Don't like the part where you throw bombs at me. Okay. Well, that did work pretty well. Seems like we have some degree of super armor through this, but not if you... Not fun when you just bend low enough to actually avoid the AoE, which... Why can you do that? Okay. Thanks. And here we are. Let's go for the Palm Blast again. Thanks. Good time as ever to just heal. And oh, you got fire and magic. Okay. Thanks. There we go. Though, we can just use fully charged strong attacks for this now. Okay. Thank you, marionettes. These are, of course, the Golden Slab Fireflies, the stronger versions of these Fireflies. Think, even with the buffs up, we can't turn the jumping strong attack into a one-hit kill normally, really. Let me see if we can just backstab you. Not like that. Okay. And we can just use the Palm Blast fun. Thanks. Soup. There we go. I'm pretty sure buffs are more or less gone now. Thanks. Before you frenzy, we will just take you out. This is the Greater Potentate's Cookbook 4, and that's the Hefty Magic Pot. Let me see. Growing Pots. Magically Resonant, Rylacarius Sorceries. Hefty Magic Pot. It's the same thing, but just bigger. Severe magic damage, magically resonant materials. Red flesh and glint slab fireflies, mainly found near Manus Metyr. Okay. Sounds good to me. Let's continue clearing out this lake area. Don't have that ready. Get that going. It is interesting how so many of the recipes we unlock in the DLC are really strictly better versions of things available in the base game, but that require materials that are just, for lack of a better term, just rather pointless substitutes for the base game's materials. Because it means that, say, if you go into New Game Plus, you can't just use what's available in the base game to make the better versions. You have to get access to the Lens of Shadow. Of course, you can just craft them in advance, and I suppose save up materials in preparation for a new playthrough, but even still, come on. And we got another wolf. Ooh, that missed. Come on. There we go. Some of those back. I think I see more wolves that way, but in the DLC, they've even got more of these Starlight Shards, which are kind of pointless. Just exist too. They're items you can use to slowly regenerate FP, but of course you can also just make the Lulling Branches now. Because those are, if I recall correctly, a limited item. Not just in the sense of limited encounters in the world and can't normally be farmed, except by defeating enemies, but I'm pretty sure that there aren't even any enemies that drop them. So they're a bit like the raw meat dumplings, which are, of course, presumably human flesh, which you can use to poison yourself, but what's nice is that since the primary use of that was to trigger poison on yourself for the sake of activating certain buffs, at least that's what I used it for, it's good that they also introduced the Deadly Poison Perfume Bottle, which, quite frankly, sucks, but can be used to apply poison buildup to yourself. As a way to poison yourself for the sake of triggering buffs that proc when somebody, yourself included, is poisoned. And wow, we're getting a lot of appraisals right now. I imagine that just a lot of people are playing the game right now because of, oh, Night Rain coming out and people remembering that this game exists. Want to practice a little as preparation. Okay. Let's buff up to take these puppets out. Thank you. And, again, did not quite work. Do have enough points to not have to worry about getting staggered out of a spell or an attack. Just a lot of you dudes. Wow. Thank you. Even though you see me, still make that work. And the running heavy couldn't charge that. And that was a discrete group of enemies for the sake of regaining flass. Interesting. But there's still more really close nearby. So I suppose they just ought to be merciful with flass regeneration, presumably because they just don't really want this to be killing you. Okay. Ooh, okay. Didn't expect to not connect. Yep, so we've gotten around about halfway here. We got a cookbook for our trouble. Really, again, this is not anything, really, but How much do we need for the next level? We've got... Yeah, we got enough for another level, too. Probably want to put that in mind, actually. Just for additional capacity. And this is... Oh, it's one of the remembrance duplication things. Interesting. That's fun. Used for anything, even shard bearers. And there's some that we did duplicate this playthrough already, if I recall correctly, but... And now you can duplicate these as many times as you want, each as many times as you want. It's just a matter of... You can't duplicate... Can't get two of the same reward per playthrough. So if you duplicate something twice, it's pointless. There are 3 of these. One of these is in Manus Metyr, if I recall correctly. One of the other duplication headless dudes was in Carcasses, was in Cerulean Coast, but either way, it's... Honestly, I don't make much use of remembrance weapons. Quite frankly, in my experience, they're a bit weaker than weapons you just randomly find around. Well, not randomly, but weapons you get from dungeons or from enemy encounters, or the special legendary weapons that are found in various mini-dungeons, because really, you're going to be beating the shard bearers. Most remembrance bosses just going through the game. Suppose the one exception really would be... Well, Placidusax, who is a super boss, kinda. Then Fortisax, who is from... Well, Fortisax and Estelle are in the course of a couple of ending quest lines, landing on the Dragonfly. But the Regal Ancestor Spirit is entirely a side objective. There's nothing that really forces you to it. Of course, you have to go through Nokron if you want. You have to do Nokron if you want to do either the Prince of Death ending or Ronnie's ending, but you don't need to beat the Regal Ancestor Spirit to go through Nokron. You need to beat the Mimic tier, but the Regal Ancestor Spirit is just off on the side. You have to light a few torches to get it, but nothing pushes you there. It's very, very interesting to me that, of all things, that is a remembrance boss. So all the others are either... There's the obligatory super boss, and that's Dragon Lord Placidusax. There is... Oh, goodness. Let's buff up a bit. Oh, and they're around the cathedral itself, actually. Not just on the hill, not just in the moat. Okay. Wonder how well Grail's Roar would do here. Hello. And it just one-taps him. That was actually kind of worth it. Various bosses that are from, again, the progress towards certain endings, optional endings. And then you just have the Regal Ancestor Spirit, who is a remembrance boss more or less just because. Honestly, there's some charm to that. See, all these plot-important bosses, or just interesting, strong, notable enemies, and then screw it. Big deer. Okay. Thank you. And then, of course, in terms of super boss, you've also got Melania, but she's, you know, a demigod, has a great rune. An optional great rune, but a great rune, and then same sort of Moog, who... And notably, of course, both their great runes suck. Yeah, it's interesting that Radon and Morgott, to a lesser extent, Godric and... Oh my goodness. Come on. So, oh my... Okay, oh, what? Alright. That actually almost killed us. Wow. That would have been humiliating, but also quite funny. Come on, come on. Spear ones are not fun. Okay. But the... Yeah, Morgott, who is outright mandatory. One of the better ones, Radon, who's mandatory for a number of endings and for the DLC. Those are some of the better ones, and then you go to Moog. Well, he is obligatory for the DLC, that is true, but out of the way for just beating the normal... Very out of the way for just beating the normal game. He is explicitly secret in the same way that Melania is, but of course a lot easier. Has a number of gimmicks that are intended just to make the fight easier. To the point that it was... And even ignoring those gimmicks entirely, I was able to beat him before even hitting the halfway point in the game by just having enough healing to heal through his silly attack. Because the main thing is that once you trigger his phase transition, he does a big attack that is meant to kill you unless you have a special potion flask here that you get from fighting an invader in this church here. Second Church of America. And it gives you a potion tier that allows you to just not take damage from his special big AoE attack that kills you, triggers blood loss, big damage, a whole 9 yards, but also it just... You can, with enough resistance and proper healing timing, live that attack without the buff, and that's what I did. Yeah, but all of these are bosses for an ending, mandatory bosses, Great Rune bosses, the final boss, in fact. And then, of course, your mandatory, or kind of mandatory, this is... St. Trina stuff's not really ending, but it's a questline stuff. Yeah, there will never be a remembrance boss as literal nothing burger as the Regal Ancestor Spirit. And I respect it as a result. Some charm to that, actually. Thank you. Let's Palm Blast the turtle. Goodbye. And the AoE is able to hit under the shell more or less, so cleared out everything around Manus Metyr then. Right, and this side is... Oh, the graveyard. Hello. Oh, interestingly enough, this is an area where we can't attack. Okay. And there are going to be marionettes dropping down, or... I suppose not. Hi. We're not aggroed yet. Okay. Thanks. And... It feels weird to some extent that lightning is so good against these dragonflies. Well, actually, I don't know. Electric's good on flying types. So... Oh, but presumably what I could be doing is just using gravity attacks on them if I feel like it. Because if they are flying, that means that anything with a gravity hitbox is going to bring them down to Earth. But of course that is also just hilarious overkill. Thank you. But given that the great dragonfly heads are... You didn't even drop anything that time. Okay. Useful for crafting various status healing items. I don't know. So the promontory around the edge is... Not a promontory. Is it walkway? I imagine there's some sort of architectural term for this. Little wall around goes surprisingly far, and a glinting nail is right there. Okay. Thank you. And let's... Oh my goodness, poise broken. Oh, okay. Oh, but right, we weren't two-handing. And of course we have... Oh, we didn't actually make any of these. Figure Weavers imitated their sorcery. Magic nail quills are in flight. Let's just use that. And... Interesting. Not anything particularly useful or notable, but... It's interesting how those sort of fake magic items scale off of the stat that an actual spell would use, so it's just at that point, you may as well be using the actual spell. Cathedral of Manus Metyr. It's not like the dexterity lightning consumables or strength fire consumables, where a lot of it is just Normally, outside of Infusion, you wouldn't get access to that damage type, but you have something that scales when you use that consumable. And here we are, the Cathedral of Manus Metyr. And this is rather decrepit. Got a Side of Grace. Make it over to the Church District and acquire materials. Oh, there are fireflies in here, and the lighting's acting up a bit. Let us go over and activate that Side of Grace. Go around in here expecting something for my trouble, and... oh, it's just... the fireflies aren't really glowing in here. They're just on the ground, but... it's not as if the other smaller fireflies in base game floated, but the main thing is that they have experienced Fisharian runaway and are so big that their crystal bodies are so big that they just die in 2 seconds by being overburdened and then die and can't fly or anything. Let's go for mine. 228 is not bad. Doing pretty well for ourselves. Let's get our Starlight out. And, okay. Can we open this? Yeah, we can open it. So go ahead, give us information. And be wary of rump. I don't know what that means, and quite frankly, I don't think I like it. And of course, we could have just come in the side entrance. Yeah, we could have just come through here. Interesting. So Count Ymir, the mother of... well, he's not a mother of fingers yet. Count Ymir is over here, and there are enough skulls in this decrepit cathedral that some of them even spawn in with broken runes in their eyes. Hello there. Cannot attack you right now. We will have that ability later. Hi. And what is behind you? Nothing. Alright. Well, actually, we can go here at the moment. If I recall correctly, the end of the questline will open up. This might slide back. Either way, the boss at the end of this questline is going to... there's going to be a drop-down somewhere in this cathedral, which reminds me a bit of Olayam Place. Hi.
Well, we don't often receive visitors.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I am
Ymir.
Welcome to
Not
Manus
Emir,
Metyr.
Manus
It is a
Metyr.
pleasure to have you.
Not Metyr, Metyr.
In lands so
Thank you.
forsaken as these, chance encounters are precious.
Well, you live in a ruined building.
Seeing that we have convened here on this day, allow me to mark the occasion with a modest offering.
The whole laden necklace and the ruins map. Interesting. Map to old ruins received. Check in inventory. So I've actually found one of those already. It's accessible from the Cerulean Coast. Take a look at those, and yep. Count Ymir, High Priest, and Cathedral of Manus Metyr. And I've been pronouncing both of those wrong. Is that a hallowed ruin? Is sound a hanging bell? Holy crap, Dark Souls 1. It looks like a finger. Pale blue necklace made from a thin, elongated stone, hollowed out from the inside, used at a hallowed ruin to sound a hanging bell. Is a teaching of Count Ymir, the fatal one who sounds the hanging bell will be guided by the stars. Simple old map, faded and dirty, acquired from Count Ymir. High Priest indicates the location of a hallowed ruin. We wish to be of service. Examine, and that hardly tells us anything. That one over there, but... is that a map? Yeah, it's this one, but... it's kind of hard to read, really. Finger Ruins of Rhea, but you can actually do them in either order. And he freaks out a bit if you do them in the opposite order, so I'd like to do that then. Freak him out a bit. Take a look at... it's meant to show. So it indicates the mountains around here in the... So I guess this would be some portion of the Abyssal Woods that, of course, we don't have access to yet. Air around Jagged Peak in a slightly impressionistic way, I would say. Hi.
The map I gave you charts the site of a hallowed ruin. It is said that after sounding the hanging bell there, one's fate will be guided by the stars.
Okay.
I only wish to be
Holy crap, Genshin Impact Constellation.
those who fight for their purpose. I'm not mistaken, am I? I can see it in your eyes. You are a fighter. Are you not?
Really more of a wizard.
Is something the matter? I've given you a map to the hallowed ruin. Oh, I suppose you expect.
And here's where we get magic.
I know the feeling. Those with
He's got some special sorceries.
if not ravenous, for power, for truth.
See some whip movement. Ask about glintstone sorcery.
True, am a glintstone.
With his own
We
traditions,
study the stars and examine the
separate
life
from
therein.
tradition that developed outside
Our findings
the lands
long
between.
ago, we began as stardust. All great rupture far across the skies. We too are children.
So I wonder if that's just real world Big Bang stuff, or
Is that not
what
divine?
that would mean in terms of the universe's lore.
And yet, none can fathom its implications.
This is by sorcery.
Brilliance.
Okay, you won't say that again. And these are things we already know. The only thing that's actually new to us... Yeah, we could just buy him. I'll see if he says anything special. This is what's new. It's Miriam's Vanishing. Sorcery of a Preceptor. Serve the Carian royal family. A mini-boss we can fight twice in the Carian Study Hall in the base game. Used to conceal oneself in a glintstone haze, reappearing after a few seconds have passed. Directional inputs determine where one will reappear. The curator of the study hall was such a master of the sorcery that it now bears her name. And she had this ability in the base game, but in the base game it was, of course, not something we could ever do. And, of course, we already had this, so... This, of course, had the sound effect, because it was new to us, but we already had this one, so I wonder why it played the sound effect. Well, we bought out your inventory.
Yes. Do mind your feet around the church.
It's already a little...
You wouldn't want to hurt the little
boy. Little boy.
Is something the matter? Here to squeeze another lesson out of me.
Kind of bought everything.
Is something the matter? Here to squeeze another lesson out of me.
No, I'll be okay. If I recall correctly, one of the sword hands of knights should be around here somewhere. Let me see. One sword of knights. Let me see. Violan. Pillar to your right. Okay. Two whistles. Down the ladder. Okay. So the other individual is around here, but of course they're kind of hard to see. Don't have our light up because we, well, can't cast starlight in here. One of the pillars to our right should... Okay, and you're right here. Hello.
I've no interest in small talk.
Okay.
My only concerns are the concerns of Count Ymir, and you are not among them.
Okay. And the Bonny Swordhead of Knight Yolan. The Bonny jail over here is where she was raised in utter darkness, along with Anna, who we have not yet seen. Okay.
Only,
Oh.
there is one thing I will say. Count Ymir's kindness is a gift. Should you cross him, you will sorely regret it.
Just to say, we'll fight them eventually.
Be gone. There is
Ouch.
nothing more to say. Be gone. There is nothing more to say.
Starting to sound more like an Elder Scrolls NPC than a Souls NPC. Elder
Is
Souls.
something the matter? Here to squeeze another
Just say anything now that you talk to your servant. Yes, ask about the Knight in Black Armor.
Ah, you met Yulan.
Jolan.
Well, I hope that she behaved.
Jovan.
The poor girl has overcome great
Jovan.
misfortune. Her tongue can be sharp.
Right, because she was
But don't think that
basically
causes
raised
her
as an
bad
enslaved
blood.
assassin in a cave.
It's no surprise her little sister too.
Anna, but we can only ever fight her, right?
Is something the matter? The squeak.
Okay. So now that we've talked to him about her, she say anything new? Probably not.
Gone. There is
Yeah, nothing new. Okay. So in that case, then, next thing to do would be to check out the church district and see where that will take us. Because everything at the moment is kind of funneling us towards the Shadow Keep. So let's see what we can do before going to the Shadow Keep. So to my knowledge, there's a bit we can do. That the Shaman's Village, the other finger ruins of Deo, I believe. The Shadow View and the Scadutree Base. Maybe even Abyssal Woods. Not sure if we can get to Abyssal Woods before going through Shadow Keep. Either way. Gone through Manus Metyr. So let's go ahead and do it. Thank you. And here it is, Church District. Aye. And still use the horse in here. That's a bit of a surprise to me. Claws would be a good option in almost any case. Let's get our light back on. I get the feeling that I might get ganked as soon as I round another corner. For at least we have some light up, and so Rabbath's Rise, Midra's Manse, Shadowkeep have the only illusory walls in the DLC. Found the one in Rabbath's, and here is where we're forced off the horse. Haven't been to Midra's Manse or really Shadowkeep yet. Okay. Here we are. The Church District of the Shadowkeep. Church District entrance. A little bit of a side area. Shadowkeep Church District. What? Oh! It's just crabs. Okay. Some scattered corpses, and so this presumably has flooded. And yeah, presumably this would kill me. Yeah, okay. Interesting then. Yeah, so the Shadowkeep moats are not really an option then. Not like the Belly Rat Poison Swamp. Well, I guess I'll grab this and another time of day. Okay. Can't get on the horse. So I suppose we'll muck around a bit in here and see where it takes us. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and be right back. Be right back, room break. Did not mean to do that. Okay. Back and alive. Got a bowl for pistachios. Shells for pistachios. Let's eat a couple pistachios. Put the shells in the bowl. 4 pistachios. Okay. And it... Oh, they're dry roasted and unsalted. I actually like that. Don't have to worry about dry mouth from fatty nuts. It was interesting when you get a pistachio that's got a shell that's too close to actually crack open and getting the nut out of. Oh well, it is what it is. Wait a couple more. It's back to the church district. But of course my question is just, is there going to be a way for me to access the rest of the keep from just this side? I know that Golden Hippopotamus is at the front, but I don't know whether that's a truly mandatory boss or not. Such is the nature of things. Also, I'm almost definitely just using the claws on it. Blitzing it down with blood flame and bleed. Okay, cool. I got a few pistachios. Let's get back to it. See what should be around this way. Right. This way, and there's not really anything. Question, I suppose, is down over here. And oh! There's an elevator. Can't use, because it's... Oh, we have to drain the water somehow. Ah. Presumably, this is underwater. We would need to... Good thing we can go around this rim. It'd be funny if we got stuck and just couldn't get back. It's going to be a question of finding a way to drain the water, and then we can presumably go about the lower level. Crab eggs. Go on this, but nothing here at the moment. Be funny if that was an illusory wall. And... Oh, hi. But of course, basic crab is not something we really need to care about damage types for. Okay. Imagine that once we drain the water, there's going to be a giant crab. Giant enemy crab. Oh well. And we can use floating log to get over to the ring over that way. The ring? Never mind. Okay. That... I think we can reach that. Might not be such a good idea at the moment. I want to see how much we can do before draining the water in. Well, we can fall. Okay. Alright then. Need a pistachio after that. Good thing we leveled up recently and don't have a big blood stain to lose. Okay. Thank you. Jump on that log. I guess we can kill the crabs again for no real reason. Be funny if this made me fall to my death. My greed for a tiny amount of additional runes and just went over the crab. Led to my untimely demise. Could ride a But an old-timey fable about that. Maybe. Thank you. Let's take a look. What is this going to be, if anything? Oh, hello. What was that? Something is coming down. Is that an octopus? Something is... Let's see that again. Something just leapt up out of there. Don't know what. See if we can get that event to repeat. Maybe get a clue as to what that was. Okay. And over this way and... Okay, it's an Ulcerated Tree Spirit thrashing about under the surface, I think. This is not anything at the moment. Yeah, so once we're lower the water, I wonder if anything is going to become inaccessible because of the branches falling back down. I would hope not. But it's not as if the game hasn't had lockouts in the past. Just gotta keep jumping. And here we go. Thank you. Over here, and platforming over that way is not possible at the moment. Okay. But clearly it's an Ulcerated Tree Spirit at the bottom. Okay. Ah, and it's just a Great Grave Glovewort. Well, okay. Do I need that? No. It's always nice to get treasure, though. Yeah, that kind of rhymed, actually. Never mind. Okay. Let's keep moving. Should get to a spot to lower the water, I imagine. And we can jump over here, right onto that ledge, pretty much perfectly spaced. That was nice of them. And oh, lots of Embers of Mesmer. No, these are rotten corpses. Okay, and oh, right. Never mind. There we go. That did not do nearly as much damage to me as I would have expected. And oh, they drop Mesmer Embers. Okay. Fireproof pickled liver. Okay. Dried liver versus pickled liver. Yeah. Fermentation is always cool. Alright. Try to go down here, it would not work. Thank you. Thanks. Bit of blood loss, it seems. Thanks. Couple more, and it's crazy how durable those rotten corpses are. Well, yes, it makes sense in the sense of, since they're not alive, the way to get them to stop moving is to physically destroy them, and yep, to go up the wall. Fun. Jumping required ahead. Hi! My question is, gonna come over here, or cease your jumping? Put your arms back down. Hi. Over here, and oh my goodness. And that will just kill me too. So that was how I ended up dying to my own claws. Not the normal attack, but the skill. Okay. To be expected. Well then. Let it be said that these weapons are not without flaw. They're also not without claw. It's kind of the whole point. Okay. Jump. Crabs and rotten corpses. If we're going to be clawing up a bunch of them, probably be a good idea to use skill at least some point. Okay, thanks. That took the other out too. How convenient. Sort of. Buff up and then go for the claw on a better surface. I wonder if they have any fire resistance due to being, well, on fire. Okay, thank you. And I see. 2, 3, 4, 5. Switch that out. Okay. Dodge, roll. Thanks. Kill a few of you. And nice. And doesn't even matter that you tried to grab me, because we just chopped you up. So good for PvE. Terrible for PvP, though. Because they're so committal. And, oh, is that a Fire Knight? Yeah, okay. Oops. Okay. Thank you. I imagine best option is gonna have to be... Thanks. Cool, alright. Thank you. Leap and... Oh my goodness. Oh, you are really, really... nasty. We need a real gap closer for this. This'll work, but even still. Okay. Thanks. And... Ooh, okay. Come on. Roll and... Fire incantations are just evil. That was just a dagger. I do want their sword. That's for sure. Blue do, but it works real slow. Okay. Blessing back up. And... have some other buffs ready for the next Fire Knight who accosts us. But if we find one with the Fire Knight's greatsword, gonna want to farm that guy. Because it is just such a good weapon. Visions of Anor Londo. Let's be an archer. Oh, the Ulcerated Tree Spirit is just still absolutely freaking. I'll be jumping, but imagine it's to over here. Okay. It's up top. Let's get our other buffs going. Seems like the kind of place where a Fire Knight would show up. Presumably. Let's... anything here? Don't think so. Check. Yeah, it's nothing. Okay. Wonder what we'll get when we take that Tree Spirit out. Stop its rampage. Drop through there. Okay. Easy way to die. Try ahead. Yeah. What about a foot? And yeah, that's not a jump we can make. I bet there's probably an invisible wall there to begin with. Oh, I had a dung. To poop off the edge? How uncivilized. That looks like that might be the lever to drain the place, actually. And this? Oh, this is like Cathedral of the Deep. Yeah, these archways, visions of bird. Oh, but they're referencing DS3 Firelink right now. Funny. Over here, there's something. Yeah, but if it's like anything, it's like DS3 Cathedral of the Deep, which had knights up on these, which was wretched. Stromach feather, because yeah, presumably there was something roosting in here. that. Thing on the other sides doesn't really seem like it. Don't see any other any Fire Knights in here either. Okay. If we get surprised, we get surprised. I don't think we will. Alright. There we go, that goes low enough. And I don't imagine we can open this right now because of the water. Oh, but it's actually... It's prayer room key. Oh, Queelin's in here. He did kill us once.
And I hereby swear to never cease. So please, grant me thy grace. Leave me with my solitary light.
Well... That was from Church of the Crusade, if I recall correctly. That's... From Church of the Crusade when we beat him. That lets us find his body. Right. Given the Iris of Grace or the Iris of Occultation.
Marika, I implore thee, bestow thy grace.
And the Grace... Given the Grace, I will make him a spirit. We only have an Iris of Occultation right now. Using Occultation will get us his weapon, which is better anyway. This will plunge him into everlasting darkness. Let's check that, make sure not to use it. Place in the eye of another, deny them light in all its forms. An iris that is as dark as night. Place on the eye of another, deny them light in all its forms. In all speeds, receive the blessing and equip great rune at the cost of all runes currently held. In the realm of shadow, this artifice is employed by the priests of the Erd Tree to intensify the fears of their flock to magnificent effect. Okay. Let's get his weapon. Mushroom Hair Clown. Boo on you for invading us.
I would not. Am I pure? Defile thee, I would never. I ask, why wouldst thou think to purloin from me things thou not to look upon?
No, you suck.
All this time,
Been abandoned.
I am in my heart of thee.
Goodbye. And we got... Queelin's Greatsword. Pretty decent scaling on a number of things. To have a thrusting sword. It's sort of the Fire Knight Queelign, a weighty piercing sword. A blade that undulates like fire. Queelign devoted his all to the crusade and remade his greatsword. Shape of the lance wielded by his liege, aspiring to become a second impaler. It's pretty cool. Alright, goodbye. Check that out, actually. This is one of our options. Also got the Fire Knight's Greatsword, of course. Heavy thrusting sword's always fun. It's long and lance-like. This might be the longest heavy piercing sword, actually. I know that God's Consider is really long, too. Just check. And the Queelin's a little bit longer. Yeah, it's basically a spear. Got some fire enchantment on it, too. It'd be fun to use that thing. On the hippopotamus, and if possible, some other things, too. Whatever I want to use fire on, though, of course, I'm pretty sure the Fire Knight's Greatsword is going to be a little bit better. So the question is, do I go for Impaling Thrust, or another ability? Fire Spear is a good option, too. Lightning Proof, Pickle the Liver. And hello, Fire Knights. Let's buff up a bit and then take you out. Hi. I think you'll see me soon. Where are the ones going to be with the sword? Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh my goodness. Alright. And thank you. Oh my goodness. I hate you. Oh my, wow. If we can engage you from range, we should. Turn it into a battle of projectiles. Or just space ourselves really, really well. But you've got darn good stance. A rune of an unsung hero. 50,000 runes. About the same as a Lord's rune. Golden remnants of the grace bestowed upon heroes who fell in the realm of shadow, using in 50,000 runes. The great heroes of the war were richly blessed by the grace of the Erd Tree, but were not honored in death. Alright. Let's see, in terms of tools. It's about as good as a Lord's rune, a little weaker than the America's rune we have. Okay. Let me see then. Chucking lightning at them is probably going to be our best tactic. Necessary item. Oh. How are we gonna get there, though? Let's mark this at least. Do you want to come back here later? Can we jump to this? I bet, actually. Let's buff up a bit and then lightning you. Okay, come on. Get around there, and I do not like getting hit by Fire Serpent. It's not all that strong, but it is a nightmare to dodge. Okay, that didn't work? Really? Okay. Yeah, lightning does the trick. Okay. For an enemy this evasive, this is definitely one of the more preferable tactics to use. Lightning back up. I mean, lighting back up. Number of Mesmer, so... Do we jump to that? Because I don't want to fall to my death, because we have not gotten a new Site of Grace. Okay, oh, bats. Okay. Hi. Hands. That works. Hello? Okay. Good against all manner of things. Liar ahead. Could this be a hidden path? They weren't lying, they were just asking a question. So. No need to impugn. Okay. And any more bats? Now that I see. Oh, hello. And somehow the Sonic attack didn't get me. Sonic. Okay. Try jumping. Somehow I doubt that's a good idea. Another elevator. Right, and there's one right over this way. Another elevator over here. Let's mark that as well. This is presumably where we'll lower the water. But I honestly don't want to do that yet. Let's go around that other way and see if anything's blocked off to us. The thing is, I don't want to jump at that statue and probably just fall and die. Okay. If it's a necessary item, it's probably one of the Irises of Grace, actually. Now that I think about it. using actual spells and not just weapon buffs, we probably want a few more blue flasks compared to just the one, and also does not move. Nice. Okay. Went up kind of high, so I wonder if you can get through Church District to get to the other side. Maybe to those other finger ruins. Maybe. Alright. And where will this go? It would be funny if it went down and just dropped me into the water. Okay. Nothing around here. Not like the Blade of Calling and the Roll Lift. And have we gotten to Shadowkeep through another route? May in fact have. Hi? And it's... yeah, just Shadowkeep. The Specimen Storehouse. Hello. Okay. If I recall correctly, there is a... oh, it's a giant lump of pot flesh. Unpleasant. This is another way into the Shadowkeep that lets you bypass. Okay, makes sense. And I think decent enough place to farm. And I think you can just get straight into... I think this is this where we fight Mesmer? I know you can just skip most of Shadowkeep by going through Church District and just do it that way. Do I want to rest yet? Probably not. Let me see. Fire Knight Greatsword. Specimen Storehouse, a good place to farm this. Storehouse first floor, Side of Grace. One enemy that wields it. Okay. So maybe around here? Got a 25% chance of dropping from any Fire Knight that actually wields it. If there's... I may end up just using Queeligns. For now, at least. Weapon art's real cool, too. Want to test Carian Sovereignty on something, though. Eventually. Okay. Suppose we can actually... or the darn water. There. Okay. Storehouse back section. Yeah, so presumably we've reached a Side of Grace we might not be able to get to otherwise. I wonder if you could reach Church District the other way around. If it was just, this is a one-way drop down and you use Church District or you don't. Let's drain the water and see what there is to see. Thank you. Where's the water gonna go? Big round lever for the bridge and Volcano Manor. He is a little Rykardy, I suppose. They're washed away. Is that gonna do anything to the area underneath? As in... south of Church District? Don't imagine, actually. There we go. Ulcerated Tree Spirit will do its thing soon. Ah, now there's a Side of Grace down there. Fun. For the sake of that Tree Spirit fight. Okay. Fun. Hmm. Can't get the water back. Yeah, and this was always in water. Right? Yeah. Those ruins, let me see. This is river. Ruins. See. Ruins of Unti. Water. Of the east. Okay, cool. Alright. Have to use a coffin there eventually. See if any of these elevators work now. That. There's a drop down that I think we can just take. Yeah, if we drop down that wooden mantle, we could use that. Or we can just drop. That works too. Okay. Here we are, and it's still got the water on the map. Yeah, I suppose if it was a real physical map, you would expect as much. Alright. See which ones we might be able to use now that we can go here. Sunken Chapel. There's an elevator here. Elevator here. Wonder if it's usable now. Again, I wonder how I'd be able to get that clovewort, actually. Alright. Because now there isn't really a way to jump over there. If you do that before draining the water, I imagine it's just gone. Now it works! Yay. Okay. Cool. I don't think that fall alone would be fatal, though. I hope not. Crabs are still crabbing. Holy crab. Said, I think I want to try to farm Fire Knight Greatsword. Ah, and water level's still there. Okay. It should surface when I get around this way. Storehouse back section. Storehouse first floor, I believe, is the grace that looks best for us here. Let's find that grace and then find our way over. I think this is first floor. Let's see. Oh, these are horn scent, actually. Storehouse first floor. Okay. Should be a Fire Knight somewhere wielding that. Question is where it is. Oh, hi, Vulgar Militiaman. Was not expecting you. Where is... Huh? Huh? Mesmer... Sorcerer... Incantation... Shadow Undead. That is... illegal. Highly illegal. Okay. Here is the Fire Knight. Specimen. Storehouse first floor. Let's see. Elevator southwest. Down, defeating the one enemy that wields it. Southwest. Oh, so we have to take this whole elevator. Okay. Great. Well then. Let's hope we get lucky. Maximize our arcane. Silver Scarab. America. Outer God Heirloom, and then we... Silver Tier Mass, that's at 56, okay. Now we'll just... blast you with the Lightning Spear, I suppose. Nothing is more fun than farming, and it should just be you. But we can actually go for a critical if we want it. Item discovery is a bit doubled, so it's an 8% chance of dropping it. Hi. Cool. This works too. Go ahead and give us what we want. Smithing Stone 8, that isn't horrible. Then we do it again. And again. And again. And mathematically, should take 12.5 times. Whatever that means. Actually, we have 231. That would be about 11 times or so. 130 more than normal. I'm gonna go a little faster, but use the time to buff up. Maybe. Oh, I could be using Golden Vow and having the Gravelstone Seal. On the other hand, didn't even drop anything that time. Dumb. Gravelstone. You know what, we could use Lightning Scorpion. So deep we've gone in. Okay. Okay. That is what we'll do. Could even use Howl of Shabriri, actually. Yeah, sure. Memorize Golden Vow and Howl of Shabriri. Should have access to that. Frenzied Flame was over here. Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you. Vow. Could even use a Physic Flask if we cared that much. Could also be using some other Silver Foul Fiend, but every time you teleport they go away, so honestly, thank you. Okay, here we are. And oh, oops. That was not what I intended to do. Thank you. And yeah, that nearly more than doubles it. Wow. Okay. Got the Fire Knight Helm. Pointed hat, Helm of the Fire Knights under Mesmer the Imperial's personal command. Slightly increases maximum HP stamina and maximum equip load. Each and every knight hailed from a renowned family of the Urtru's upper echelons were shunned and chased from their homes after pledging allegiance to Mesmer as their master. Alright. In that case, we could probably change it to shorter casts. Okay. Let's maximize the damage we deal. Their lightning spears. Such a really good, just a great projectile. Golden Vow. Of course, we should do this while we're on the elevator. Might actually have time issues otherwise, but Flask is good. That lasts a nice long while. That. My leg. Okay. Thank you. And I can probably just toss it normally twice. Another Fire Knight Helm, and it had the same effect even though we've gotten it before already. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we could just do 2 regular casts, I think. Don't imagine that charging it is necessary. Okay. Come on up. Blue. Hello, Shabriri. That's lightning. And hello. Hi there. 1, 2. There we are. A few more times should hopefully do it. You didn't drop a single thing that time. Okay. But this with the Impale that Queelign dropped, as in the Greatsword when I get it, will be a very nice option. Because it's infusible. So we'll put Flame Art or Fire on it, whichever has more Fire AR, and go for it. All these buffs we just absolutely obliterate. I maybe should be using Algebra more often, actually. It's not some really in positions where I need to worry about. Oh, surviving. Lots of hits. Wonder what difference that might have made in the fight with Putrescent. I don't know. Do it again. Okay. Takes a while. Yeah, it's supposed to be you beat that knight, and then you go up the stair, go up the elevator, and this is ominous approach to the storehouse, but we went around the other way, and now it's just we go down the elevator to farm this guy. Again, and again, and again. Okay. Thank you. Cool. And finally, we got the Fire Knight's Greatsword and the Fire Knight Gauntlets. Not the same boost as this copyright. Greatsword of the Fire Knights, a long, slender blade that undulates like fire. Plus, with a flame incantation, further flame imbuement will amplify the effect and greatly increase the armament's power. Cool. And it's a colossal sword. Notably a piercing colossal sword. Let's go to the hole and make this thing nice and strong. Make it nice and fire. What do we have in terms of... Well, we should take some of these off now. That is right. You. Droboke being with the scarabs is interesting. Okay. Blue Dew. Mountain Dew. That'd be the green one. Yes, stamina regeneration. Passive stamina regeneration. That always happens. So arguably, I guess that'd be the turtles, which boost it. Great arsenal. Carry as much as you can. Grow big and strong. Let's see, and this will be our fire weapon. Actually, not all that big for a colossal sword, but yeah, it's notably a piercing colossal. Let's really have high stat requirements. Let's see what stones we got, and a couple 7s and a bunch of 1s. Yeah, because nothing is dropping 1s anymore. It's not what we need. Which reminds you when Ensha invaded us the one time. Well, also Alberic, but that's on the lower level, which you have to teleport back from. You can't walk up. Gori, sorcery and incantations, because it's separate from pest threads. Need 9 of them. And 2 of you. Okay. Should be enough to make this thing nice and strong. Oops. And It is actually quite heavy. But that's okay. Now let's get smithing. Wait, what did I buy more of? Oh, I bought a bunch of... Did I buy a bunch of smithing stone tubes, or did I just not buy? I'm actually losing my mind. It'd be nice if they were closer to each other. Oh well. We need, yeah, 9 of them. Okay. There we are. Guess I only bought the big ones. Okay. 7s. It's kind of funny that, yeah, with the somber stones, you've got a stone 9, which does not exist, does not have an equivalent. And yeah, polar smithing stone, ancient smithing stone, dragon rock. There is no ancient smithing stone. No smithing stone 9, just somber stone 9. Wonder if they originally intended to have smithing stone 9s that were only from Far Missoula, but they thought, well, it's enough to have ancient smithing stones mostly in Far Missoula and nothing else. Because it's normal, big. This would be more Caelid and Lyrinia. This, you get this from Altus, mostly. Then mountaintops. And then, of course, Far Missoula, but get a few from other places too, but presumably they were moved there from Far Missoula. Okay. How much it takes. Be all that expensive. This compared to Queelin's should be a good deal stronger. Okay. Alright, here we are. Very, very nice. Let's go back and take out the funny Tree Spirit. Gonna have more fire from... What is interesting is that since get strength scaling on fire from two-handing, it's a real good attack too. Two-handing it, if you give it a fire infusion, will get more fire damage when you two-hand it somehow. Let's put Flame Skewer on that. Yeah, that makes it a lot more fire base. As of right now, that's 32 fire. 602 physical, which is not bad. Surely it's a Dex Colossal Sword. Not all that much physical loss, a big gain in fire. Keep more physical this way, but you don't have a little bit less fire. You keep more physical. It's interesting. Just compare that. Total AR. Like this, it's got 1465. And this 1442, but it's more into fire. That might actually be better for us. Let's take on that Tree Spirit. Change our physic, and of course we want stance break. Okay. And we should change out some of our spells probably. Yeah, I like having defense. So, show up when I get close to that fountain, I imagine. Retreat prot. What we have is good. So, blessing of the Erd Tree. Oh, Physic now. Golden Vow. Black Flame. And honestly, sure, Grails. This makes you show up. Yep. Where are you coming from? Oh, right over here. Okay, cool. Thank you. And sweet. Alright. Ooh, okay. Well. Dodge. Roll. Ooh, that's right, because we shouldn't really be rolling right now. Thank you. Okay. Fully charged. Thank you. And roll, but it's heavy because I'm stupid. Okay. Okay, come on. Oops. Okay. Try this again. Thank you. Oops. Come on, I missed. There we go. Okay. See how well a critical does with this thing. Okay. Come on, alright, I don't like this. I really don't like this. Okay. Let's take a look and see how it's meant to perform. Let's try that again. Okay. Okay. Check something out. And also just take off this hat. Yeah, we're back at a good load. See that there. Strong attack, follow-up, flame attack. Oh, okay. That's what we should be doing. Okay. Interesting. See what that's like stance-wise. Flame Skewer. As opposed to a fully charged heavy. 24 and a colossal. Sword. Fully charged heavy on colossal. Follow-up flames always do 15. And that charge heavy on a colossal sword is actually a bit less. So spamming Flame Skewer is going to be our way. Okay. It's a little worse than Lion's Claw, but not that much worse. Okay. Well, let's take that stupid thing down. Know where it's going to show up. So let's do it. Golden Vow. Black Flame. Grails. Okay. Hi. And we even gotcha. That's real good. Exciting. And 1, 2. I missed. Okay. Thanks. Okay. 1, 2. I keep on missing with that. Okay. Yeah, it's not got great range. Okay, good. Okay. See where that critical spot is. Right over there. And let's go for a fully charged heavy just for damage. And 1, 2. And okay, well, we tried. Hit, and there we are. It's gone. Just dealing massive fire damage. That works real well. Mantle of Thorns. Okay. Fun. Really great weapon art. Results with the Shadowtree's impenetrable thorns, and this sucks, by the way. Sorcery, those who abandoned the practice of incantations after devout faith rewarded them with only despair. The caster wounds their own flesh using impenetrable thorns grown from the Shadowtree, which then cover the body entirely. Once covered, dodge rolls will damage enemies. The image of the misshapen Shadowtree is an edict. Spurn all that exists, wound all that exists, for we have been abandoned. Ouch. Maybe the last thing I'll do today is use this fun new sword to take down the hippo, because it's Fire Week. I think. Let me check real quick. Golden Hippopotamus. It's weak to fire and to lightning. Interesting. Okay. Alright. Could use lightning on it, but of course, weapons are most fun. Somberstone 5, that's okay. Not really what I came here for. Interesting. Let's just stay around. Good damage. Damage all of these do. For 7. Oops, I did not expect that. Ouch. Okay. Yeah, I should have expected there'd be another crab here. 1, 2, and okay. It's good damage there as well. Alright, okay. Flame Skewer. Here we are. Thank you. I like this weapon. I like it. Okay. And it's remarkably fast attack, too. That's what gets me. Okay. Kind of a lion's claw-ish type thing for me to use here. Lever, not needed. Okay. Let's keep poking around down here. Didn't have any more crabs? We got a big old crab, yeah. Can't go through here, but it does see me. If it's just gonna be crabs, I should probably put on Blood Fiend again, and of course it's even heavier. Okay. Blessing. Right. Golden Vow, or can we jump into here? We cannot. Okay. It's gonna say fatty. No, it actually just says cramped area head. Again, all at once, all tarnished. I don't like the implication of that. Okay. So now I think we can get through here. Maybe. Get into this church, and that's another tree spirit. Okay. You're kidding. I didn't know there was another one. Well, I guess there's another one. Let's put our Flame Arc Greatsword back on. Blessing is up. Don't have her buff anymore, though. Okay. Thanks. Well, then. Thank you. And here we go. And, okay. I'm not going for all that much. Okay, cool. Thank you. Hit. Okay. 1. Close to the body, and we got what we needed. Stance break. Over here. 1. 2. Decent enough. Let's continue with our stance breaks and continue. And we'll just tank that. Okay. Please don't try to... There we go. Please don't eat me. Iris of Occultation. That's the second one, the only other one. We'll use that for Yolan later. Fun. Mantle of Thorns and the Iris of Occultation. String. Okay. I think it's, yeah, there are 2 of them. I was not expecting there would be 2. I was under the impression there was just 1. The other one I saw before was in the tree, just moved over, but no, there were 2 of them. Okay. Okay. And we are now out of this because we're not dungeoneering. We're in a place where things actually happen, unfortunately. But okay. We still don't have any regen. Got a crab. Holy crab. Go up top and drop down in the middle. What happens differently, if anything? Can we sneak on the crab? Let's see. Anti-crab, sneak attack. Oh, well, the other one certainly doesn't seem up to it. There we go. Hi. Can it fit through here? Shadow Realm Rune 5. That's new. In a long-forgotten place where none would tread, the light of grace quietly grew ever more brilliant. That's nice, I guess. That works. Charge that up. Very good AoE. Anti-crab. Okay, cool. Roll. Smack. Smack. There we go. Call this the Crab Crusher. My anti-crab axe. Okay. I do like how axe-like it looks, especially when Crag Blade gives it a bit of a, well, a blade. A crag blade, one might even say. But... I'm looking... And let me just see. This is, of course, where we were. Elevators over there. We looped around this church. It's the drop in the middle. We went around originally. Other crabs over there. Okay. Very interesting. See what else there might be. And... boat. Oh, hello. Not expect another fall to the death after we drained this part of things. Crab eggs. And... no, it's a coffin that we have to use to drop down eventually to the Abyssal Woods, but comes later, I think. I presume. Anybody or anything in here that we can use? Let's see. Come on. Come on. You have the impression that there are probably going to be some corpses in here. It's just a smithing stone and maybe not. A kukri. I suppose then it... there's that top over there and the rotten corpses spawn up top, but... yeah, I suppose that if you don't get that Grave Gloveward here, it's just locked off. Just can't get it. Right, and then Monster Head. Oh, okay, so if you drop down here, it tells you to go for the Grace, and then warns you about the Ulcerated Tree Spirit here. Yeah, but both of them are mini-boss. There's a mini-boss Tree Spirit. Don't even have named health bars. There's the one in... whatever river. Elak River. Drops that Horned Byron. Then the one in Ballyrat that drops the Charm. Then Iris of Occultation and Mantle of Thorns. Some of them are even kind of good. It's just the Iris of Occultation is kind of good, I suppose. Other than that, the words have kind of... well, you can't really complain about resistance talismans, but whatever. I'll complain. I'll always complain. So what over here? That ledge. Is that anything? Well, I'd have to go back around to check. This is where that stops. Yep, around here it drops down yet again, so even though we drained it, not everything's accessible. They skimped out a little. Ah, our first well-pickled turtleneck. So we didn't really craft any. Okay. I can use lightning on those Fire Knights, and I think we'll have to. Will this get me to heavy load? It won't. That's good. me see then. Let's take this off, actually. Put this back on, actually. Oh my goodness. Did not know you could summon corpses. Don't like that. Get our light up in here. Starlight. And Golden Vow. Have that many to use, so let's start nuking you. Okay. And then we can handle the corpses later, but this is fine for now. Cool. And now you're gone. Cool. The Death Mask Helm. You all just gonna blow up? I think so. Let me see that. Helm of Waco. Elder among the Fire Knights, 2 warped Death Mask stacked one atop the other. Reduces AFPs to summon spirits. That's why he summoned those corpses then, maybe. Not at loneliness. The old man turns attention to the spirituality of Mesmer's flame and using it in a rite of resurrection. The soulless bodies he brought to life were of no comfort to poor Wago. Huh. That's quite sad. Okay, well. Fair enough. Let's see. It's the one left. Hi. Oops. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So after enough time, his summoned corpses just go away. Okay. So other than this, is this all in Church District? Is this it? I guess. Wow. Statue over there, maybe with another one of those irises. Prayer room's up there, and that's where we killed Queelign. Because he sucks. Okay. This goes up. Okay. Well, we don't need to do that right now, do we? Not really, no. Don't want to fight that guy right now, either. Oh, but we'd have to jump that, actually. Interesting. It's not just an elevator, it's a... Okay. Elevator that doesn't have a whip that goes all the way to it. Sounds like some kind of safety hazard. It is a safety hazard. Alright. So based on the information here, it kind of seems as if... Or wait. Can we... Seems we can bypass some things. That's exciting. Just chop up the Fire Knights now. Got the statue over there, and in order to avoid the possibility of death... Okay, so someone presumably tried to make that jump and died, actually. Fire Knight Seal, Sacred Seal. The Fire Knights who answer directly to Mesmer the Impaler enhances fire incantations of Mesmer. The emblem, the fire emblem, of Mesmer's army depicts a golden ring and the fire of his sacred seal. No skill, I guess. I think we can use this church to get to here. Let's see at least. That might actually be the only way. Maybe. Well, let's buff up and take these guys down. At least enough to get that item. Okay, well, there you are. Sneak up and backstab. Thank you. Thanks. And if we're vicious enough, we can make sure you don't do anything. And oh, they've got the same mask as Wago. Well, if you care. This takes us back up to the storehouse. Let's kill a few more Fire Knights. Should be one more around here, I believe. Maybe. You walk over this way. Okay. Right, but the bat's around here. Take you down this way. Chuck our lightning. Okay. Thank you. Alright. Thanks. Certainly the claws would do the trick too, but don't want to fall. Hi. Oh yeah. More than good enough. Go up this way then. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Though of course the lightning is nice for the range and all that. This wooden ledge protects us from fall damage, because otherwise that would be a potential way to die. Of course, that roof no longer really has a purpose. Drop down here and... Be funny if this killed me. Does not kill you, but deals damage. Prevents it from killing you. But I'm pretty sure, yeah, that Great Ghost Glovewort is just inaccessible if you don't get it early on. Church District. Let me see. Church District. Check. And the Great Grave Glovewort is missable. Oh, actually, no, it drops. The item drops down by the Ulcerated Tree Spirit because that makes it inaccessible, so it's not missable. Okay. A lot of great Grave Gloveworts in Cerulean Coast. Shore's Hidden Grave. Okay. Nemus Mausoleum, Underground Path, Bull's Head Coffin, Glovewort, Great Ghost Glovewort, and in Shadow of the Erd Tree, Scorpion River, Fog Rift, and Dark Light Catacombs. Who's the boss of the Dark Light Catacombs? Shadow Altus and... Oh, okay, the Inquisitors. That's where the Inquisitors are. Okay, well. Alright then. Let's go in. Back into the church, get that item. Which is, again, I imagine it's probably one of those irises. And 2 irises of occultation, not a single iris of grace. One from Fort of Reprimand, and one from, well, the Tree Spirit here. Found a pistachio with no crack. So let's just see real quick. How's this gonna be? Come on. Oops! That has to be precise. It's nasty. I feel like Cleveland. Okay. So to make that jump... you need a bit of a running start and the right positioning. This would be 2 Tree Spirits and Furnace Golem. Today, it's not nothing, I guess. Let's see if we can... Yep! You don't have to run. In fact, you shouldn't. That's a Scadutree fragment. Oh, fun. So let's move on to whatever this is and wherever this will take us. I'm excited. Okay. Because I think we might be able to get to some of those finger runes. Dragon. Oh, right, because this looks a good deal like Aldia's Keep. Stuff up. Yeah, Aldia's Keep from Dark Souls 2. This is grass. This would kill me. What's here? Battlefield Priest Cookbook 1. Golden grease and Drostrian golden grease. Okay. As keepers of the faith, thought bitterly spread the gospel around the shadow where there was no urgery to gaze upon. But of course we have Order's Blade, and can just use that. Alright, door ahead. I guess. And will any of the... Oh. This goes down, actually. Any of the illusory walls in the Shadow Keep in the Church District? I don't think. Kind of claustrophobic for an elevator. Well, for a Souls elevator. Pretty normal for a real elevator. Normally they'd have, you know, a ceiling for the elevator car. Wouldn't just be a platform. And wait. Is this not... Wait. It's not taking me to Shamans? No, I think it is. Let me see, though. Disgrace discovered. Tree Worship Passage. Ah, okay. And this is going to be the Scadutree Base, actually? Oh, that's surprising. Interesting. Let me check something. That... Wait. I want to check. Oh, right. Illusory walls. That's... Midra's Manse, Omender's Jail. Shadowgate, Minigate Plaza, Sorcerer's 4, Illusory Wall, turn right, left. Their elevator, okay. Battle for Priest Cookbook. Castle Watering Hole Grace. Domain of Dragons. Jagged Peak. The Rock Hearts. For the Sun Warmth Stone. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is going to take me to the Scadutree Avatar. Familiar skeleton. Okay, so probably Catacombs of Karthus they're referring to here. Wow, okay. I was not expecting to randomly get to Scadutree Base. Area of Trap. What's the trap? Seems familiar, so to speak. You don't have the right. Excuse me. And this is... time for fire. Worrying. A Scadutree Fragment, or... Sinnoh Head, well... this is the Iris of Grace. Finally, placed in the eye of another, grant them light of grace as a fleeting blessing. Iris blessed with an incantation of the Erd Tree. Placed in the eye of another to grant them light of grace as a fleeing blessing. Fleeting can also be used to receive the blessing and equip Great Rune. The realm of Shadow, this artifice is employed by the priests of the Erd Tree to quell the fears of their flock to magnificent effect. Not have any symbol on it, and just the eye. Mark, this has an Erd Tree sigil on it as well. Okay. And it's, yeah, it's Scadutree Base. Something legendary here that's... Oh, America's Rune. Actually, 2 of those. Huh, funky. So I suppose we're gonna fight the Scadutree Avatar. Huh. Okay. Let me look at his sun real quick. Shadow View. Bonny Village. Church District. Storehouse. Church District. Well, okay. Hinterland. Well, the best way to do this would probably be by using our Fire Knight Greatsword. Alright. should be decent here. And what we probably want is Holy Resistance. Lord's Divine Fortification. That's in there. Interestingly separate, because that's 2 fingers. These are Erdtree. Yeah. Erdtree, Erdtree, Erdtree. Two fingers. Then Flame Protect Me is, of course, Fire Monk. Yeah. Lord's Divine. And, well then. How should we handle this? And presumably put on Halo Drake +2, because we don't have that braid. Alright. Let's get this started. The base of the Scadutree will fight this thing. Guess we could try Rails. This thing is stupidly weak to fire. It's Scadutree Base and Putrid Water, as one does. Hi. Hello, Scadutree Avatar, and that didn't touch you. Wow. Okay. The head is weak to my knowledge. Okay, alright. Fun. You're strong. Dodge. Okay. Flame Skewer. Thank you. Okay. Dodge. Oh, ooh, okay. What? Oh no! Lands a shadow. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Okay. Thanks. Oh. This is not an incredible attack to use on this thing. It's too telegraphed. Okay. The initial skewer, actually. It's got a grab attack that just blows you up. Okay, cool. Okay. Actual skewer is darn good. I hate those thorns, though. Dodge, dodge. Okay, wow. I was not expecting that level of blood loss. Oops. Okay. Alright. Alright. And now we have this. Can I get a level? Lesson level? Can't. Enough. Items. Do one more. Let's get those runes back and try to get a level first so I don't have to worry. And oh, we can't just run in now because now we have... Ah, that's nasty. It's immediately awake now. Okay. Good old Shadow Sunflower. Yep. Come on. And... Okay. Send us right back outside the arena. Okay. It might be better to spam Catch Flame. I would hate that, but... Fire Serpent could work too. Even that blood loss buildup has stayed. Yep. The rest is gonna make that go away, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Nah, 3 should be fine. What should we need? We need 180,000. Let's use some runes. Use a America's rune, sure. Use 2 America's runes, actually. Use 1. I might want to do that eventually, actually. Oh, that takes a while to get eaten. Oh. And yeah, about 50,000 more. This, the others should do the trick. All of these are big enough, actually, that they've got a pretty lengthy cutscene. Crush that. Okay. Need a little over 8,000 more. This is one of them. And then 1,300 or so. See. Use one of these as close as possible without going over. 500 will do the trick. Call it rune math. Nice. So it's got to level something. And let's go for faith. Yep. Here we are. Buff back up. Grails is probably not worth it, though. Every single Scadutree Avatar is actually technically a separate enemy. Even if they share a health bar. Okay. Lord's Divine. Chase me a good deal. Thanks. Okay. No, that was a bad idea. Okay. Oops. Oops. Okay. Well. I really should have just used that first try when it didn't. Start already out of the ground. How unpleasant. Okay. Blessing. Golden Vow. Lord's Divine. Okay. Should be good. Flame Skewer should help. Gotta run over and run out of some of my buff. Okay. Thanks. But of course we don't have that much time. Oh, okay, well. We can more or less tank it, which is crazy. But even still. Thanks. Okay. Ooh, we actually kind of made that work. Kinda. There we are. So go for the body. And can we crit? Next one we'll start with a bit less HP now. Fun. Cool. We'll probably use that for a bit of buff timing. Next one's coming. Music stops to freak you out. Thanks. Ouch. Okay. Ouch. Ouch. Where are you coming from? Oh, okay. Oops. Only does that a couple times at least. Ouch. Thank you. Skewer. Oh, the head logically takes a lot more damage than everything else. Okay. See what you're gonna do, and he answers some thorns in me. Okay. Alright. Okay. Have to hit that head. Thanks. Alright. Dodge. Okay. Not too bad. And... ouch. Okay. Oops. Basically frame that skewer hitting the body is not really an option. Okay. The fact that it goes up makes it a good deal of giant hunt, actually. This is just how you get there. Alright. I probably actually do a bit better with a fire damage boost. Maybe. Okay. Once it's knocked over, that's probably... I'll use that chance to... Thanks. Thank you. Ouch. Okay. Never mind. Thanks. Okay. 1, 2. Dodge. Dodge. Okay. Cool. Thanks. I missed. Dodge. Oh my goodness. Dodge. Dodge. Okay. Gate of Babylon. Stupid. Okay. Well. Okay. This we might not have died, but this is a dead attempt anyway. Okay. Want that Flame Skewer to connect. I timed it really well. Maybe just get a fire Shadow Keeping at Fire Serpent or something. Or, let's go for jump attacks. Well, we're not going to be stance breaking it. We need to go for pure damage. Okay. Should be good. Thank you. Golden, and then some of these buffs need to come back up once we've knocked down and have the chance to do that. Okay. Fire is good. Okay. Dodge. Thank you. Thanks. That kind of worked. Okay. Roll. Okay. Never mind. There we are. Okay, thanks. Let's get Golden Vow back up, and... Oh! Now we're doing it. We have just enough time for that. Just enough time for that. Thank you. Yep. Thanks. Next one coming. Thank you. Okay, never mind. I'm smart. I could use that as an opportunity. Roll. Well, okay. Alright, alright. Don't like this. Roll. Roll. Okay, timed that wrong. Because of course I did. 1, 2. Dodge. Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Come on. One. Dodge. Okay. He actually managed to avoid that, which is a surprise to me. Thanks. And Golden Vow. And just enough time to stop you from disappearing. No, no, we failed. We failed that badly. Okay. We do have enough time to go for both of these, actually, so... Dodge. Okay, thanks. And that's wretched, and of course we're going for the explosion. Luckily, it's not like I'm really in a bad damage situation there. Okay. Okay. Rush. And he's gonna go for another rush. Yeah, you go for a third. Okay. Thanks. Dodge. Okay. Dodge. Thank you. Dodge. Dodge. Okay. That's just really tough to avoid. Okay. Okay. Yeah, but we got so much holy resistance, that's not a problem. And there we are. I think it's it. Missed one of the funny criticals, but that really wasn't that bad. We got the Remnants of the Shadow Sunflower and Miquella's Great Rune. Okay. Retains not but the power to resist charms. A great rune relinquished by Miquella, and that's what the charm broke. Broken in breath of its bounty, it retains not but the power to resist charms. Miquella set off for the tower, enshrouded by shadow, banning everything as golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate. I will never to bury the original sin, to embrace the whole of it and be reborn as a new god. Remembrance of the Shadow Sunflower, remembrance of the Scadutree Avatar, here in the Scadutree. Power of its namesake and main walk. The Scadutree is the shadow of the Erd Tree. But of dark notions that bear no sense of order, that twist and bend its stalk, rendering it brittle. There it is. Scadutree Base. These Shadow Sunflowers that we can't actually pick up. Okay. Good amount of runes from that. Scadutree Base. Okay. Yeah, very large arena, and honestly, for what? Bit more we can do over in the storehouse now, but real fun weapon to have, because it was just 3... Just juts out over that way. Screwed up tree, yeah. But that it... Oh no! There are some Shadow Sunflowers we can actually pick up. Nice, I guess. You really should be able to use the horse here. Even got a broken rune. You really should be able to ride your horse in here now that it's done. Yeah. Yeah, if you get that critical on it when it falls over, next phase starts with a bit less HP, but we didn't need it anyway. It's just infusing this with fire, flame art, meant it dealt hilarious amounts of fire damage. Just fantastic weapon skill. And when the follow-up connected, it was just ridiculous. That thing fell. Okay. Yeah, it's just, of course, it goes for the big explosion, and that's meant to be awful, but we have, just from spells alone, about 70% holy damage negation. The thing's supposed to just wipe you out, unless you have the dodge shot me down, but we just tanked that, and every time it uses that attack, it stuns itself, so it just stay there and let us hit you with a follow-up. Good for me. Not for you. I was thinking about using the Frenzy Flame perfume bottles for this, but it just wasn't necessary. Because I don't have the thing. So that would have been all pure fire damage. I could go and take out Metyr, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Walk around a little. We may as well get those runes. Cool arena. But a bit like the Trina Garden. It's pretty darn big for no real reason. Reminds me of Demon Prince, actually, from Dark Souls 3. Yeah, just big, ornate DLC arenas that maybe didn't entirely need to be, but it's just, is this water? Is this oil? It's reflecting a bit of gold in it, but the nature of that is uncertain. First off, well done. Wasn't all that bad. It's the power of equal stats. Tree Base, Tree Worship Sanctum, Tree Worship Passage, but there aren't even any enemies in here. Okay. Go on this way, and this takes me to Shadowview, I think. There's ruins over there. So what do I want to do next? Storehouse back section. We're up above what we can normally access, and that Again, let's just go some places. See if we can run into another boss or something. This is just where I came from. Yeah. Hello, Shadow Undead. Hi there. Very nice. This gigantic fire greatsword that you poke things with. What a fun concept. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just can't get up your period unless you start from here. Dodge. Oops. Thank you. Come on, Mesmer boys. Thanks. Dodge. Okay. And you are not doing a thing. Alright. Thanks. Alright. Sneak up on you and see how well this does. Imagine you're pretty resistant to fire. Yeah. 1, 2. 1, 2. Stance broken again. Hey, you know, if we're relentless enough, it doesn't matter what you're resistant to or not. Carian Thrusting Shield. Okay. Silver Thrusting Shield embedded with the glintstones enables the wielder to attack and guard simultaneously. It's wielded by Rolana, the Twin Moon Knight, during your soul entry into ritual combat, which would be in those Colosseums, presumably. Demonstration of fidelity to the Erd Tree. Only once. Shield strike up to 3 falling attacks. We haven't gotten the actual dueling shield period yet. Well. So presumably that was kind of the trait, because the Serpent Foil's over in Ensis. Some Black Knights there too. So the Black Knights might have been traded as well. So Carian Thrusting Sword went to Mesmer from his girlfriend, and then she got the Serpent Flail and some Black Knights to guard. Okay. Go up a bit higher. It's a ladder, I believe. Let's see. Oh, hi. That is potential for cruelty. Time for throwing. Yeah. See ya. And hit that ground down there, actually. Item, but nothing was dropped. You just left your stuff. Okay. And you are so engrossed in your reading that you don't even notice me killing your friend. That is quite tragic, really. Got some robes on. Okay. Let's keep on moving. We're behind. Stuff right, so to speak, stealth required ahead. Ah, hello. Flame Art Misericord, no. Fire against Fire Knights is a bit silly, but what can you do? Oh well. Oh well. Let's get back up. We'll skewer you, and follow up. Skewer and follow up. Break your stance, and eliminate you. Thank you. Fire Knight Armor, thank you, message for telling me that guy was there. Well, I would have died. Behind, well, we killed that guy already. Fire Knight Armor. Distinguished by its red cape and twin golden snakes which adorn the neck, enhancing incantations of Mesmer's flame. These are the only ones who truly knew Mesmer. His flames, like serpents, the painful fate that accompanied his accursed form. Someone else moving. Yeah, so we've seemingly skipped a large portion of Shadow Keep. See, and assume we can get over there. I don't imagine that would actually be all that helpful. Okay. And another one of yous, guys. Hi. Oh well. Couple of Ulcerables somewhere. somewhere. Yeah, you just don't pay attention. Shame on you, really. Running required ahead. No, that would be death. Presumably. Give Skull of Hort. Another big hit. And oh, hello. This is something. Still no lover. Reminds me of the Iron Broom Tower openings. Oh, and that's Fire Serpent. So I could have used this on the Scadutree Avatar. And I imagine that would have actually done pretty darn well too, because it would have been able to consistently target the head. That's okay. Stay in mid-range, dodge the head slam. The grab slam. Pancake. You don't get Mesmer Flame Incantation until almost the end. There's a flame with a Serpentine Coil. Incantation of the Fire Knights under Mesmer the Impaler's personal command, which is a flame with a Serpentine Coil. Charge increase enhances potency. When the flame they receive from Mesmer would not find purchase within them, Fire Knights relied on fire incantations to honor their bond. Okay. So let's go out here and Manus Metyr is over there. Count Ymir. No shortcut ahead, because that would presumably just kill me. Okay. Shadow Sunflower and 6 of them. And Village, and then Ruins over there. Kind of finger-shaped, too. Secret Rites. Blessed Bone Shard. Jumping required ahead. This is... what? Is the Storehouse Loft. Alright. But, question is, of course, am I sequence breaking in normal Shadowkeep progression, or am I getting to Shadow View like I want? Okay. See. Went up around here, and okay. We should handle this with lightning. Or not. Okay. As long as I can hit. Okay. Feels just like Dark Souls 3. With the... feels a little... no, this feels like Bloodborne's Research Hall, actually. There we are. Another one of these and try to not fall on. Okay. Thanks. Not as if you drop anything of serious note, but still. Alright. It's back. No way this is illusory. Yeah, okay. I'm moving, find a ladder or something. Emphasis on something. Some bats. Hi. Thank you. Goodbye. And... Sketcha? Yeah, you will. Good homing on that stuff. Thin beast bones. Go up here. And... right. Let's make it through Shadow View today, at least. That'd be nice. I mean, make it to Shadow View today. That would be nice. There's one in the middle of that. It's a little bit like Lothric Castle. Big gear down there reminds me of the cage. Find divine pillars of light in a little. How am I gonna get back up? Where do I? Don't drop down here, clearly. A wrath from afar. Oh, so they finally added emit force. There's a golden shockwave that knocks back foes. Enter retreat incantation discovered in the realm of shadow. There's a golden shockwave that knocks back nearby foes. Charge increases the size of the shockwaves. The Elden ring was shattered. The people of the realm of shadow felt it too and feared it as they sounded the Erdtree's wrath. That's just a... yeah, it's a emit force version of Wrath of Gold. Interesting that, yeah, it took them this long, but they had a stronger version of emit force. Because there isn't a normal emit force in this game. It's just this one. Okay. I think I've been down there, actually. Let me see. Knight Spirit. How you fall? You can fly. Huh? Never mind. This down here is this anything or anywhere? Got another ladder. Not sure I've been up here yet. Well, it's over this way. Oh, there's a Fire Knight here for some reason. Okay. Oh, so you actually have to drop down to get there. Okay. Alright. Comes over this way. Pathetic sword ahead. Good luck. Okay. Let's actually drop down and see what this is. This was probably a complete waste of my time. Yeah, it doesn't seem like we can get out. No, actually it goes over this way, sort of early, I suppose. No, actually, you're just... no despair ahead, seek lift. Oh, nice. That's fun. This is... oh, interesting. Yeah, no despair ahead. Just seek the lift. Okay. Backstab you. You gonna drop anything special? Well, there's something there. It's nice. And skewer. Thanks. Skewer. And follow up. Break your stance, and even someone heavily resistant to fire will fall under my onslaught. Rune of an unsung hero. Sounds like someone's got to start singing. And this goes where? Down or up? Or goes up. And up to here. Wait. Wait. Afar. Oh, Wrath from Afar. That's really funny, actually. Oh my goodness. I actually hate you. Up a little higher. Alright then. Blessing of the Erdtree. Oh, so he just tries to knock us off. It's horrible. It's funny though. Okay. Hi, hello. Oh, oops. Go down the ladder. Okay. Thanks. And how far are you gonna fall? Could probably just keep knocking you off. Gonna climb, or... yeah, you're gonna climb. You talk about a pathetic sword. Come on. Okay. Yeah. This is not exactly the most expeditious way of taking this guy out, but if it works, it works. Don't think I can afford to be too impatient here. Okay. Come on. Oh my goodness, oops. That didn't connect. Alright. Right down there. That down there. Did I get down there? I think I did. Let's see. Okay. Flame Skewer, follow up. Never mind. If I try to jump down, the odds are better than not that I end up falling to my death, and even the pathetic sword is getting me. This is kind of sad. Okay, go ahead and jump, I guess. Seems we've got some kind of invincibility frames going up. Maybe? That whiffed over there. I think I should take that. Okay. There we go. What are you gonna drop? Anything new or special, or... Well, Oops. 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 That's not good for me. Let's try that. And then... But I'm stuck now. Let me just see Wrath from Afar, Fire Knight. Do you drop anything special? Fire Knight healed. Well, okay. Well, alright. Maybe I can find a way back down there. I kind of doubt it, though. Okay. Hello there. How am I gonna... Can't reach you right now. Let me... Kind of mess this up, I think. Or at least I could have and should have tried to use that before. Ranged battle. Here. Somber smithing stone. Can't believe that Fire Knight just, once I killed it, went somewhere I couldn't reach it. Just last piece of utter disrespect. Okay. And broke. And we loop back around. Can get here. There's gonna be another set of grace somewhere. This will take me down to Shadow View. Okay. But this, I believe, is... Presume that's Mesmer's Arena. Let's go down, activate the grace, and come back and see if I can check whatever that drop may have been. What a silliness here, really. This giant monument. To what? Okay. And got another openable, not openable door? Interesting. Door that does not do anything door-like. Okay. Behold Erd Tree. Not quite. Okay. Well. It's gonna take a while. Then we can go back and check a few things. This is... Yeah, it should be Shadow View. I think... As soon as we hop out here, I'm pretty sure Commander Gaius just ganks us. Shadowkeep back gate. And I think this should be another... Have mercy for the spirited away shamans. Scadutree fragment. I think this is where we do the gesture. Oh, mother. I can feel the soil falling over my head. Yep. And that's how we get to Shaman Village. America statue moment. Get that from Bonny Village. And yeah, this is how we'll get to the other ruins next time. Or we gotta go back to the keep. That's right. Shadow View. Disgrace discovered. And what is in this hole? Anything? Doesn't really look like it. The hinterland. Soup unlocked most of everything here. Get to Rabbath, Shadow Keep, hinterland, a little bit of Shadow View. Ruins, ruins. And Abyssal Woods is what really goes for it. So, yeah, Scadutree Avatar, Gaius. So many things, and well, it makes sense. All just locked behind Shadow Keep. Not even really behind Shadow Keep as much as just you get them going through Shadow Keep. Oh, that's right, we should put Voodoo back on now that we've beaten. Yeah, that's actually... Didn't even really notice I'd forgotten. Okay, well. Commander Gaius should be over there, I believe. Let's go back up first. See what we can escape back to. See if I can get whatever that knight drops. Whoever that went. A couple more things that should be over here. Okay. Well then. And that just doesn't work. Fair enough, I suppose. Okay. Up the elevator. It's just there's so much. Goes so high, you just gotta take the elevators back on down. Taking one elevator sends up the other one. Or sends the other one down, depending on where you came from. Specimen Storehouse. See, down and then boss. Oh, hi.
Let me see. Fickle, fidgety little letters. I should wipe you clean off the
Ah, Freya. Right, because Freya can't really read.
Now, Freya. Don't let it rile you up. Take it slow. Take it slow.
Interesting.
By my lord.
Where is she?
Ever make sense of this jumble?
Hidden path ahead. Be around this way then. It's just, where did that Fire Knight item go? I get the feeling that there isn't really an item there. This reaches something. Oh, hi. Hello. Shadowkeep really is just massive. And of course that door just does not open. Sensible. Okay. Thanks. So many things just on and around. There are a bit more of this than I wanted or expected. Ah, the boats over there are important. Go through a lot more of the keep eventually.
By my lord. Will I ever make sense of this jumble?
Where is she? Okay. I did it. Made it here, but I can only do so much for you. Presumably there's a illusory wall somewhere. Let's get some light back in here, and another Fire Knight is here. Hi. Let's get some up. See, slowly approaching. Oh, right, we didn't change things up. Hi. Ooh, fire spears from you. I think we got this then. Thanks. Thanks. Ooh, alright. Did not expect the guard counter with a flaming slash. Thanks. Nice. Thank you. Ooh, alright. This would be Cood, the captain of the Fire Knights. Okay. Yep, and that's his ability. Thanks. Let's grab that from you. There's our Fire Spear. I mean, Flame Spear. Winged Serpent Helm and Flame Spear. Helm of Cood, captain of the Fire Knights. A winged serpent perches upon it, enhances Fire Knight skills. The winged serpent is the token creature of Mezr's military forces. It is a wise friend, which keeps the base serpent at bay and holds its power in check. Remember defending skill of Cood, captain of the Fire Knights. Ready weapon for a thrusting attack in which a spear of flame straight ahead, which attack to increase damage dealt and distance travel, with thrusting, claws, and backhand blades accepted. Hold up, so to speak, secret ruins. Okay. And so we drop down, makes this available. Fun. Grace ahead, therefore first off, strong foe. Wait, but what grace?
Will I ever make sense of this jumble?
Is this... Presumably she's on the other side of the stack of tablets. And therefore jumping off required ahead. Is it this way? Or... Let's just try this. Ooh, okay. Interesting. I think this is it. Yeah, okay. So is there any other way to reach this spot? Freya's right here. Some information she wanted to consult. Storehouse 7th floor and a Redmane Freya. Wow. Hi.
Oh, hello. I'm afraid I'm busy. Curse upon my lack of foresight. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the
A
chance.
Moog.
I'm afraid I'm busy. Truly. I should have asked Ansbach to impart his knowledge when I had the chance.
Okay.
I'm afraid I'm truly.
So, that'll be part of the quest line. Ansbach's quest line, that is. Information about the ritual to resurrect a certain someone. Sliver of meat. Okay. And where are the hidden spots? It's just... Fire Knight dropped down, but may have actually despawned. Could get on top of this thing. Oh, okay. Well, alright. Have to get a bit more of a running start for that jump, presumably. Hi. And jumping required ahead. Fire Knight that fell. Dropped an item. Oh, Vulgar Militia Man. Okay. Surprisingly durable. Unfortunate. Interesting. And oh, got a Fire Knight here. Hi. 1, 2. 1, 2. Stance break. And go for that. Thank you. And fully charge that heavy. Good stuff. You might be a Fire Knight, presumably resistant to fire attacks. But again, all I gotta do is simply just be real strong. Get up here. And jump onto the back. What's this? Revered Spirit Ash. That's fun. Let's get back over. This is a giant horn scent thing. Just some kind of giant beast, but if it's a tutelary deity, then I guess horn scent can just grow to this size? That is interesting. Okay. No, she won't, because she can't read. Okay. When she says impart knowledge, she means being taught how to read. Okay. Then over this way. Back down. Anything here? Go a bit farther down. Silver pickled fellfoot and another Fire Knight. Okay. So what are you doing, in fact? Hello. How are you? Stinky. Oh, and now you see me, because of course you do. Okay. 1, 2. 1, 2. And take you out. Gonna drop anything special. You seem to be using some kind of incantation. And let's see. Nah. Spirit Calculus. Material used for crafting items done by hunting horn beasts in ancient ruins of Ra, so that's gonna take a while. Extending word find Calculus who's a spirituality. Who's attacking? Okay. It's just a normal dude. Okay. Found by hunting horn beasts in ancient ruins of Ra, has a distinctive acrid order. Some coin be assigned particular spiritual potency. Okay, free country, I guess. Don't die. Okay, let's see. Over there. But main thing is, I knocked out a Fire Knight from before. And it dropped some item. I don't know if it was unique or not. But it fell down a few floors. And I didn't get whatever it dropped. So I'm trying to go down without resetting the area in order to find whatever it may have been. Do think that I've actually already inadvertently reset it. But that's okay. And this does what? Oh, it moves this thing. Okay. So what difference does this make? Can I change any of that? Okay. It's spelled spritz with a Z. By the way. I know you don't know English, but... Okay. So we can't pull that lever again. So the position it's in now is permanent. Okay. Try lever. Still no lever. Okay. Then we jump. Okay, okay. Just making sure. If we get over this way, what are we gonna find? I don't recommend that. Please take care of yourself. Okay, I will blame you. And now that we've changed this around, get up here. Is there anything? Alright. Doesn't appear to be anything of note. It's just... it's restored. You can say no to people. You can say no to things. You don't have to let people push you around out of some misplaced sense of obligation. Okay. Ansbach will do stuff too. Let me see. Sometimes there's no shame in that. I guess my question would be, how much do you really prefer doing things to actually getting sleep? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Take you out. And prepare a charged heavy for when you're back. There we go. Cool. Fire Knight armor. Already had that though. Okay. Let's this back up too. It's going up and going back down. Oh, okay. Oh, you took a plane ride. Okay. I could not tell what you were talking about. I thought you were just... Thought it was just drunk nonsense. Okay, well, I'm glad you got fun then. Don't die. Hmm. You're still alive. Okay. We're this way. And what is... Spinning... Oh, a bat. Okay. Cool. Oh my goodness. The bat does not get one-tapped. And... That missed. Okay. That also missed? Okay. That did not miss. Okay. Let's charge us up. Stab. Nice. Okay. Come on. Thank you. Oh, what? Okay. Heal. I don't want to die to a freaking bat. Okay, heal. What in the hell? Okay. That was stupid. I really need to just use projectiles in these goddamn things. Guess this is as good a time as ever to check what led to... Yeah... Agent. If you say so. Okay. Let's go over and get those runes back. I know. I'm just mocking you as usual. Dodge. Okay, thanks. Okay. No, you're kidding. Thanks. Heal. Thank you. Okay, I need those runes back. If I had lost those runes, then that would have been actually unforgivable. Well, yeah. It's true. Okay. We can explore more of the keep eventually. This gets crazy. Let's get a level out of this. Oh, and Shadow Rune Blessing. And Revered Spirit Ash Blessing. And a level. What we want... Take some... Dexterity. Sure. Dexterity. This is an opportunity to change out Flame Skewer for another Ash of War. Flame Spear. Stance. Let's see if this is better. It's a projectile, which is nice. Much to think about, and the buff lasts a bit longer. See if this does better than what else I've got access to. Probably not going to be as good for keeping enemies perma-staggered, but that's okay. See if that other knight drops anything now. Around some of these spots. Let's just go for it now. Where are the bats? Hi, you're right there. Okay. Cool. Not bad. Not bad. Actually, it is a bat. That's kind of the point. And... boom. And it one-taps when charged. Okay. Cry about it. Thank you. Thanks. Oops. That didn't kill them. Okay, so it kills only if they haven't spotted me yet. If they've spotted me, it just barely doesn't kill. Alright. Let's continue. That could be as a shortcut over there then. You even got a bit of branching off. Oh well. Let's take you out. Eliminated. And you. Oops, never mind. That worked. Okay. So, go over here. Another bat. Well, okay. Oops, the bat's been alerted. It's going to only be a good thing. And we moved a bit too far forward. Okay. Fun weapon. Fun weapon art. Something I got earlier today with a bit of farming, and it's Can you come back up? Yeah, they can't really gain height. Interesting. A guillotine. A weapon I farmed earlier today from a Fire Knight enemy. And it's a colossal sword with a piercing and dexterity focus and innate fire damage, which gets souped to pretty crazy levels when you give it a flame art infusion, which normally isn't possible for weapons with innate elemental damage, but it's possible here because they decided to be fun. And that over there, and you've got Wrath from Afar. Thank you. Alright. Thanks. Okay. Here we are. Okay. Thanks. Alright. Okay. I did not mean to take you out that way. Yeah, Flame Skewer is maybe a bit better on things that I can't charge things up on freely. You're gonna come back up the ladder. Okay. Come on. Let's see if we can do anything here. I want to see if you drop anything. Probably not. Well, alright. Oops. Okay. Thanks. Oops. Okay. Dodge. Dodge. Okay. Thank you. Come on, get close. Or not. Okay. Heal, heal, heal. Okay. Oh, that's an interesting attack. Oh, ouch. Thank you. Okay, you drop anything special? No. I guess not. Flame sweep's real cool. Alright, so we can go back through Shadowkeep eventually. It's an interesting place. But I'm just gonna go to Shadowkeep back gate now. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get ganked by a boss as soon as we leave. That's okay. In that case... Curved sword could be good. Think we can... Not yet. Pretty sure this is where Commander Gaius does Commander Gaius things. Right, that's Flame Shrouding. Frequently beat the Scadutree Avatar. Let's mix our physic. Put on Stance Break. Okay, cool. I believe he's going to show up right here. Once we hop on through, I think you can see the guy on the boar by that arch in the distance, very slightly. Well, pretty much all his damage is physical. This should be moved back to Retreat Prot anyway. This is immediate. We can actually buff up pre-fight. Rest to get our FP back. Be all silly that way. Yeah. Buff stay. Okay. He's weak to Holy is because he's an Elben Noric. And here it is. Behind us is the way is sealed. Gaius has come. Oh, but never mind, I'm stupid. I wanted to do this by deflecting. Okay. Oops. Okay. We're in Shadow View. Let's finish this by killing the Boar Rider. Bring? You call me stupid? Yeah. If you're gonna be like this, what am I gonna say? Go get liver cancer or something? That'd be mean. And drunk. Yep, and now we have this fog to put up with. Yep. Okay. Yeah, you calling someone dramatic is funny. Okay. Let's go for it, see if we can do any deflections on you. Hello, boy man. Commander Gaius. And let's... Nice! We actually managed to block that. Oh. Oops. Come on. Slam! Ooh. Thank you. Ooh, nice. Guard counters are great here. Awesome. Took almost half his health. And, oops. So now we can... Not if you go over that way, I guess. Yeah, just get caught on the wall. I don't have to worry about your attack that way. Oh, yeah. 1, 2. Thanks. Okay. Oh my goodness, that was not fun. Oh my goodness! Ouch. That was a silly way to die. Yeah, but he's really holy weak. Very weak to holy damage. I should have... Getting him caught on that corner was really nice, though. Yeah, but... As you can probably tell... He actually rides a boar. Which makes him a hog rider. Just like Clash of Clans. Okay. Thank you. And it's right over here. How exciting. Yeah, we've got our deflect here, so... As long as it can block your stuff. Yep. Guard counter that. Thank you. Hit you. Come on. Ouch. Okay. Oops. So what's interesting is that you might not be able to really see, but he doesn't have legs. That, since he's an albinoric, and a humanoid albinoric, well, that's why he's weak to holy for one, but he rides this boar because he doesn't have legs. Also, let's use those runes. Get another level or something. Before trying this again, so I don't have to worry about losing the bloodstain either. Okay. Yeah, wah. Okay. People whose legs dissolved and vanished. I think that's a little too fantastical, but I suppose. Right. Eat some runes. You would do that. Is these... a wheel pig? And we need about 90,000 more. Well, I hope the pig doesn't throw you off. I hope I've got enough. I might not. I need... That's 5,000 per. Need... 83. I should just use the America's rune. Yeah. Big ol' thing. Now we need about 3,000 more. That'd be 6 of those. Little bitties. Okay. Things are as low as possible so I don't have to worry about losing any runes. That's 12,000 or so. Okay. One more level. Let's put into strength. Very minor damage increase, but a damage increase nonetheless. Now we just gotta figure out how to counter this guy reliably. Okay. Cool. And you know what? Grails could work here, actually. Wouldn't be bad. Okay. Got going. So get you close. Go ahead for your charge. And that did not hit you. Oops. Come on. Ouch. Thank you. Ouch. Okay. Okay. If I'm inside your hitbox, yeah, that's not really gonna do much for me. Okay. This is just like Putrescent, where I tried the same exact strategy and worked great the first attempt. I might have to end up doing this like I did Putrescent, just spam holy miracles from a distance. Would be a bit sad, but if it works, it works. Just about making sure I get a good handle on this guy's attack patterns. The boar charge is actually one of the better attacks to do that on. Quite frankly, oh, he spends enough time just rushing in, just like Putrescent actually, that I've got time to buff. Oops. Okay. Oops. 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 Oh, the reason is I had the seal still equipped. I wasn't two-handing this. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oops. That's silly. Well then. Something then. I've gone a bit long, honestly. I think I'll just take out the Hog Rider and that'll be it today. The one thing is, of course, that buffing up and then getting the FP back means I've got more FP to burn if needed, but this is not a fight where I'm going to be using that much FP to begin with. It's probably unnecessary, and the time it wastes on the buff is probably actually not good. To be honest, I might actually prefer to be using Old Lord's Talisman here for extended buff duration. Okay. Oops. That didn't work. Ooh, that worked. Kinda worked. Come on. And, yeah. Oops. It's got a bit of a delay to it. Okay. Oh! Additional stance damage from that. I was not expecting that, actually. Thank you. Dodge. Okay, cool. Thank you. And can I block that? I could. If I'd been a bit quicker, I think I could have. Okay. Oops, not if we get stuck. Thank you. But there is a bit of stance damage on that as well. Oops. Okay. Ouch. Yeah, this is fun. When it works, it's real fun. And let me check out Curved Sword Talisman. 'Cause honestly, it's stance damage we want to be increasing. Curved Sword Talisman. Guard counter damage. It just increases damage. Okay. Fiend's Arm. Apparently the Blood Fiend's Arm has a unique guard counter? Apparently. I think I'll just use Old Lord's. Sorcerer's incantations, but also just all other kinds of buffs too. Okay. Let's get it all in here. Not much we're gonna need other than Sacred Blades, so we'll go for it. Physic comes out. I guess we can chug blue. Get this ready as well. Nice. That worked. Slam. Ouch. Slam, and it's incredible. This is so good. When you learn those timings, man. Okay. Ouch. Let's heal that off. Go for the gravity attack. Can we use the power of the wall? Use the power of the wall. Nice. Still got kinda hit. Okay. Don't really want that. Hit me. Ouch. Broke my guard. Ooh. Ouch. Heal. Okay. That's a 7-hit combo. Oh my goodness. Okay. 7-hit combo with him and the boar. Talk about unity between rider and mount. Okay. Blessing, and then I think it's Golden Vow. You give us time riding in. We can set ourselves up without much problem. 2 spells and a Sacred Blade is probably what we can manage. Okay. Hit! Nice. Tinkle little. And it's just 2 guard counters in short succession. That's a stance break. That is legitimately incredible. Thanks. Oops. Okay. Let's heal up in. Okay. Alright. We tried. And it's got multiple hitboxes. Or multiple hits in sequence. Gravity well he does is pretty crazy. But really, you've got enough space to maneuver that the best way to deal with it is probably just get away from it. Okay. Cool. Flask. Golden Vow. Black Flame. Sacred Blade, and... Thank you. Thanks. Ouch. Okay. Hard when you can't see. And... deals enough stance damage. You got time. Okay. Thanks. Buff. And here we go. And we can... Okay. Well, you can try. I think you can break that if you're smart. Ooh, now that did it. The shockwave dealt a good deal of additional stance. Let's do it fully charged heavy, and... Ooh, that's not it. Come on, projectile. Projectile, make this happen. Goodbye, Commander Gaius. When it works, it really works. I love you, Hammer Sekiro. Remembrance of the Wild Boar Rider. It took 30 seconds. I can feel my heart pumping. Wow. Yeah, we did do that. You can actually do that fight on horseback now that I recall. I just didn't even think to do it. Okay, Remembrance of the Wild Boar Rider. Remembrance of Commander Gaius hewn in the Scadutree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the finger reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. Both were his elder brothers to the line, and both were cursed from birth. In spite of, or perhaps because of this very reason, Gaius was both Mesmer's friend and the leader of his men. That is to say, Radon, because the gravity magic used was something he studied alongside Radon, with that Alabaster Lord, Rockman from space. And, of course, Mesmer's just another child of America. Oh, greatsword there. Yeah, Putrescent gets away far too much, but Gaius is a perfect target for those guard counters, and the fact that get 2 of those off with deflecting and it breaks the stance, it's incredible. Wow. Let's go check out those remembrances. Shadow View. It's a Scadutree. Scadutree Base that we went to and fought the Avatar. But you never go into the Scadutree. It interests me a little. Then, of course, past this wall, there's Sun. That's where he came from. I guess his sort of St. Trina's Garden equivalent. Okay. Well, then. You know, I hunger for vengeance. Let's take out... Let's just kill the Golden Hippopotamus. It'll take 3 minutes. Okay. Another boss with a name tag. So beat 2 Ulcerated Tree Spirit mini-bosses, non-respawning. Beat a Furnace Golem. I beat Scadutree Avatar, now Commander Gaius. And it's nice and all, but... So Letta's here. Hornsent is here. Letta is... Freya's here. Okay. Alright. Shadowkeep main gate. Physic, we're not going to be deflecting the hippo. No way. Okay. And, yeah. Take this thing out, buff up. Old Lord is good for me. I've got such a buff-oriented playstyle. So Flame Spear is cool. It's the big thing, and here's the hippo. Golden Hippopotamus. Dodge. Okay. Thank you. Charged heavy. Ooh, yeah, that works to break stance, too. Nice. And there we go, even got it back out of that. Thank you. Okay. Charge, and now it's got incants, actually. Okay, well, I don't really mind. And go for the stance break on... Can I reach it? I can't even reach the darn thing. Just die already. And that's the end of the fight. Go ahead, grow your porcupine spines. I really don't care. Great enemy fell, the aspects of the Crucible Thorns and Scadutree Fragment, and... But it's so funny that anytime there's a boss of note, they have to put a grace down. Even when you can orderly see one grace from the other grace. I think this is among... This may be the closest grace to another grace in this series. Oh well. Main gate plaza. Not my plaza blum. Never mind. Go grab those runes. Yeah, but it drops Aspect of the Crucible Thorns. There are many hippos, but that's the only one that actually uses that attack. Create a mass of bristling thorns on the back to scour the area. Aspect of the Crucible, it manifests in Golden Hippopotami. Isn't it hippopotamuses? Creates a bristling mass of thorn-like fur on the caster's back before scouring the area by rolling around on the ground. Charge increases the number of rolls and range of attack Sonic. In the age-long past, before this land was enshrouded in shadow, the vitality of the Crucible Forest remains of this can be seen in the ancient ruins, and that would be raw. It's gonna be nothing, but... yeah, literally nothing. And we can actually get another level from that. So let's... oh, check what we can get from those 2 remembrances. Some other things I might have in mind. There's a weapon here. Hi, Dead Enya. And also get Elden Ward Crown. Rowana's armor. Rowana's helm. Waiter. Okay. You get the Sword Lance or Blades of Stone. This is an interesting option, but not the one I'm picking. At least not right now. Takes 2 slots. Pulls blade-like clumps of rock with the earth. Blades of Stone. Yeah, I can't use it anyway. I don't have the int. Gravity manipulating sorcery of Commander Gaius pulls blade-like clumps of rock from the earth. Charged to form 3 successive clumps. Gaius and Radon are good rivals in their youth. The sorcery is a product of their friendly competition. And this specifically, as you can see, it's got spinning gravity thrust and Ash of War. This is one of the few remembrance weapons with Ashes, the ability to add Ashes of War to it. It's the only one, actually. Spinning gravity thrust. A gravity skill owned by the disciples of an Alabaster Lord uses gravitational power to hang in the air for rotating the body and charging forward. Initial input allows for a follow-up attack, and its disciples plural because Radon uses that attack too. It's Gaius uses Radon's attack because they were friends. Okay, weapon once wielded by Commander Gaius once because he's dead now. Combination of greatsword and lance, weight and capable, being brought to bear with great force. This armament shows its true power. Uses a stride amount. Gaius himself was never without his boar. This thing is really, really good. It's gonna be my piercing option now. I think we might even use this on the keep, actually. Dark notions that bear no sense of order that twist and bend its stalk, rendering it brittle. Shadow Sunflower Blossom, the head of a monstrous Shadow Sunflower manifestation of the Shadow Tree. Then again, it might just be a flower wielded as a weapon. Looks like the Scadutree Avatar, because it's the head of the Avatar. Much like the Scadutree itself in appearance, the second stalk winds tightly around the first, almost as if in a tender embrace. Oh. Shadow Sunflower headbutt slammed down the blossom of a large Shadow Sunflower, sending out a shockwave. Flattened spells, repeated inputs will offer up to 2 follow-up attacks. That's just like its grab attack, which is just smacking you to the ground, trapping under its head, and doing holy explosions. Incantation originating from Scadutree Avatars, this is actually pretty bad. Creates a hail of golden projectiles which are fired towards foes after a brief delay. This incantation channels the force of the Shadowtree's power, and its gold is accompanied by shadow. I can't use that. I can kinda use this. Okay. Champion's equipment, but what I really want is to make this thing strong. Because it's good. Heavy thrusting sword. What length is that compared to Stitcher? Let me see. It's a little bit shorter, but it's stupidly strong. What other smithing stones do I need? Okay. Got plenty of ancient ones, but let's see if we can level up after we buy the smithing stones. We'll need to get this thing leveled, because this is what I'm going to use on the final boss. Suffice it to say. 11. 2. And we need 12 of them. It's actually not all that much. Okay. Level this thing up. Good damage. If I made this... Killing Thrust is an okay option. It's a little vanilla. It's because that's what it's got at base. Yep, it's got Impaling Thrust at base. This is what it's got. in particular. Quality's a fun option here. Heavy is the best in the long run, if I recall correctly. Base, it doesn't even have any enhancement to my knowledge. Let's make this thing strong. Wait, oh, I didn't have any basic smithing stones. I didn't even see them because I didn't have any of them. That's funny. Let's buff this up, see what AR it gets to, but this thing is incredible for guard counters. So just like I thought Gaius about parrying the attacks, well, perfect deflecting the attacks and then going for a nice big counter hit. Oh. This thing is going to be incredible. Eventually. The strong with our forgetful blacksmith. It's Roderica and Hugh and nobody else. Alive at least. There's the scalings. Let's see how this compares to heavy. Alright. We can get another level out of this. Didn't cost enough to cheat us of a level. But it is a little shorter than Stitcher. That is notable. See, I guess we'll put it into Arcane, actually. I don't use Intelligence for anything. I'll use it for incants, but still. Let's see what this is with... Yeah, it's got a little bit more damage. A little bit more damage. Very slight increase, but it's notable and worth it. Definitely a bit of a more heavy type weapon. And gain 65 was more than that. Oh, by far it's heavy. Interesting. Keen's not good. It's heavy. This is a pure strength weapon. Cuts off all that scaling, but this is for just pure destruction. Okay. Check something. Let's actually go somewhere in the lands between. Tomb's Word. Let's just see. Two-handed. What's the difference going to be? And 675. One hand, it's 586. It's a lot from two-handing. 192. And of course, when you two-hand one, even though when you switch, it takes off of two-handing, it shows all the armaments as if they had been two-handed. Alright, 675. 675 and 586 versus... Yeah, at least right now, this is a strength weapon for me. Entirely. Kind of sad. You know, heavy takes away all strength scaling. I mean, all dexterity scaling, but... Yeah. For now, it's brute force. Oh yeah, exactly. In the real world, the Erd Tree is burning. That's right. Okay. I think that'll be all for today. Next thing I'm going to do is poke around whatever's going to be here. And then go to the hinterland as well. I suppose so. So we got this little bit here, this whole hinterland, Shadowkeep, the river, and Midra, and then it's a good amount left, especially since Shadowkeep is big. Actually, one thing I can check is just... see how this does on a Fire Knight. Big pokey thing. And it's... heavy. Yep, to the point that... that alone puts me there. How? Well, that works. Initial input, follow-up attack. Okay. Try this, just backstab. Nice. It's a good deal better than... it's got a very pokey moveset. Fire Knight's short sword. Didn't have that before. Got a bit of fire on it, yeah. Short sword used by the Fire Knights. A slender blade that undulates like fire. It's like a flame enchantment, yeah. Pretty much all of its attacks are thrusts, which Gaius uses swings, which is really important because they're a lot easier to see coming and block than quick thrusts, but even still. Hi, Freya. Let me see how well spinning gravity thrust does then. Okay. Hi, hello. Thank you. And... oh my goodness. Okay. You know, if it works, it works. This attack is... among other things, one, it's Radahn's attack. The other thing is that it's... this is quite literally the Psycho Crusher from Street Fighter. And even what, despite what our hitbox shows, we can't really move around all that much. Okay. Pretty sure it deals standard instead of pierce damage anyway, but that's alright. Also... running heavy there is real good. Yep, multiple hits. Oops, alright. Wow, if I'm not paying attention, they can just chop me up. That's okay. Well then. I'm gonna kill this guy one more time, and then I think that'll be it. And then, yeah, I'm just gonna go back to Shadowview. My funny new sword. This ridiculous pokey thing. Thank you. And... right. Okay. Alright. Thank you. Yeah, the running heavy is the best things that got available here. Oh, okay. Let's again see if we can get the backstab off. But yeah, this with other options is real good. Hi. Turn around or what? No, you won't. Alright. Come back down over that way. We'll stab you on the stairs. Okay. Or sprint sneak. Get down here and there we go. Alright. And not really a way to stunlock you. So the backstab charged heavy. Then the running heavy. No, then the jumping heavy and then a standard light attack. Charged heavy. Jumping heavy and a standard light attack. Okay, works well. Cool. So, in that case... what's fun is off the side here. The statue was originally blocking that doorway, and you see here, mercy for the spiritless shamans. You had to use the Oh Mother gesture, which we got in the Bonny Village where the shamans were turned into the funny pot flesh. So we had to cry for our mommy, and then the statue moves, but a reasonable amount got done today. So yeah, I think we'll, now that we've beaten Gaius, see what's over here, which should not be much, if anything. Go over to the village here. The finger ruins should be around this way. We'll ring the bells out of order. I think there's a falling star beast here based on that crater. Do all that, and then beat that quest line. Go through the keep, which will actually take us to Abyssal Woods, I think. Suffice it to say, I'm going to fight Mesmer as late as possible. We beat the Scadutree Avatar, we beat Gaius, beat a Furnace Golem around here. Golden Hippopotamus, and 2 Ulcerated Tree Spirits with a Fire Knight's Greatsword. It's very nice. So, thank you and goodbye, Saturagan.